Get set. Good evening, everyone. It is now time for the open session to hear public comment before closed session. We'll start with roll call.
Councilmember Vano,
Here.
Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Presente.
Hold on one second. Councilmember Robinson is absent for roll call. Councilmember Wilson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Zepeda,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Here.
During closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Item C1 is an audit by California State Auditor's Office. Item C2 is conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives Sharon Taylor, Jack Hughes, and Lisa Charbonnet. Employee organizations include SEIU Local 1021 full-time and part-time units, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level management and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. Item C3 is liability claim. Claimant Elisa Montano and Jose Magallan. Agency claimed against the City of Richmond. We do have several speakers for public comment. As I call your name, please line up behind the speaker's podium. You'll have 2 minutes to address the council. Speakers are Cordell Hendler, Miles Bailey, Daniel Sanchez, Coy Nguyen, Elisa Alvarado, Ben Terrio, Nicole Carreter. Cordell Hendler.
That's me. So good evening, Mayor Martinez, council. For the record, I am Cordell Hendler, and I am a proud Richmond resident. So listen up, council. You see this group behind me? They want a fair contract. Why? Because everything has gone up. Food, gas, everything. So now, when y'all go in the back there, in the Shimada, in that room, y'all better think about this. They deserve a raise for a number of reasons, as I indicated. You got two choices. You can either go in good faith, sit down with the bargaining units and, their demands and all of that, or strike while it's hot. If you want to avoid a strike, you go in good faith because, like the good book says, you better not reap what you can sow. So, Miles, it's your turn.
Miles Bailey.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Sergeant Miles Bailey, and I serve the City of Richmond as the recruiting and training supervisor for the police department. But I also come to you as a concerned former Richmond resident, born and raised, and a strong advocate for our city and everything it has to offer. I want to be very clear. Richmond has a recruitment and retention crisis. Potential officers from across the Bay Area are looking at Richmond and deciding not to apply here. They see surrounding cities offering competitive pay, safer environments, and real, fair, and unbiased support from city leaders. Let me be clear. If we can't recruit new officers, response times will get slower, crime will grow, and our community will ultimately pay the price. Community members, by and large, support our department and appreciate what we do. What we need is leadership that makes Richmond a place where people want to come and serve, not a place that they avoid. The people who swore an oath and wear a badge that are gathered in this room, out on patrol, or getting ready for their next shift are committed to a safer Richmond and show that commitment every day. But frankly, we need help. Please let's work together to serve our community and the members of our department in a manner that is respectful to all of us. Thank you.
Daniel Sanchez.
Members of the council, Mayor, I'm Officer Daniel Sanchez, been a police officer with the City of Richmond for over 26 years. You're going to hear quite a bit of the details of why officers deserve to get a raise and to be paid correctly. I just want to hit up on a few things that I've seen. I've been through a couple of city councils, mayors, chiefs of police, and in my tenure, I can tell you it's never been as bad as it is right now. The morale and the feelings of the officers that they feel that they're not supported by their police department or their city council. So beyond everything else, that's caused a situation where officers come to this department and within a year or two, they're already thinking about going somewhere else. Okay, that's a crisis when people don't want to be here. I came into this organization when people came here and they stayed here. They laid roots and they became part of this family. I came as a young 24-year-old officer. I'm in my 50s now, and I can tell you I grew up in law enforcement and in my life with my family here at the Richmond Police Department. And I can tell you that that's not the environment that this city council and this city has created. On the opposite, okay, what you've done and the decisions you've made have caused officers to feel that they have no support and no loyalty to this department and to this city. And being here in this organization, I can tell you that what these officers are going to go through for the rest of their career, countless birthdays that we're going to miss, okay, wedding anniversaries, parties, Christmases, Thanksgiving, they're going to give all that up and sacrifice, but they're going to do it for a city that appreciates them because they're going to lose all that for the next 20 to 30 years of their career here. So they need to know that they're supported, and there's a reason to give up all that and to sacrifice all that for a city who supports them. And I'm not just talking about words, I'm talking about actions, okay? And lack of actions and lack of words. Because when this police department gets criticized and gets crucified in the public and the city council refuses to support them, that does not leave them in a good position with their families and their emotions and what they're doing for this career. So this department, this city needs to start thinking about what the actions they're going to take.
Your time
and
has
the words they're gonna
expired.
take. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker. Is Kay. First name starts with a K, last name is Nguyen.
Yes, Kwan Nguyen. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Kwan Nguyen. I work here as a police officer for the city of Richmond. So I stand before you today to express my frustration with the lack of progress that's been made when it comes to contract negotiations. The Richmond POA has reached out in good faith since late of last year in order to set up meetings with the city in order to avoid being in the position that we're currently in. We've been out of contract for going on to 3 months now. That's just unacceptable. This lack of progress, not only with the POA, but with many other city employees, is simply unacceptable. But more importantly, what I want to share is that it's no secret in today's climate that there's less and less qualified people that are willing and wanting to become police officers now. With that said, the people that are qualified to become police officers, they're simply not looking to come here to Richmond to work, because you got to be aware that it takes a special type of person to work here in the city of Richmond. You need a person that has the drive, the work ethics, the compassion, the professionalism in order to serve and be effective in a community like Richmond. A city like Richmond, it's unlike any other cities. It's more dangerous than many neighboring jurisdictions. It's more politically charged than many other jurisdictions. So those that are qualified simply aren't looking to come here unless the city provides a fair and competitive contract for those that are qualified. So when you enter closed session in a moment from now, I urge you to consider the importance of what a fair and competitive contract is, because the type of person that you want to come work here in Richmond, they simply aren't going to come here if that contract is not in place. And for us to be out of contract, that's even more of a reason for folks that are interested in law enforcement to not want to come to Richmond. And on top of that, over the past few years, we've lost more people than we've been able to bring in. And if you think about it, the people that we've lost, we spent tens of thousands of dollars training these folks that we essentially gifted to other jurisdictions that went to BART, that went to
Your time has
Fairfield, that went
expired.
to Vacaville. So again, thank you for your time.
Alisa Alvarado.
Good evening. My name is Alyssa Alvarado, and I'm a detective with the Special Victims Unit with the Richmond Police Department. I love this city and the diversity of people I serve, but I have to tell you, we are burning out our veteran officers. Forced overtime, low staffing, and the feeling that City Hall doesn't support us are driving officers away. Every time an experienced officer leaves, Richmond loses not just a badge, it loses years of training, hard-earned street knowledge, and community trust in the relationships they work so hard to build. Retention is not just about pay, it's about respect. If Richmond continues to ignore the officers it already has, this department will collapse under its own weight. Thank you.
Nicholas? Nicholas character?
My apologies. I just submitted some comments on my pink slip for the council to review in their chambers, but I just want to echo what all my brothers and sisters have proposed and stated to the council and to our community members at large as a whole. And we're just asking for support, and we're asking for you guys to support our growth and development so young officers like myself and others can feel like that we can grow and excel and continue to provide more to the city and the community and our brothers and sisters so that we can stay safe and we can stay proactive and stay productive. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Our last in-person speaker will be Ben Terrio, and if there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council under open forum for before closed session, please raise your hand at this time.
Last time I called it just to stand up so everyone can see from online. Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. Obviously, I come here all the time. You're used to seeing me. I decided to bring some of my friends this time because some of you, not all of you, because not everyone's been on council at the same time, but here you are, need to take seriously the recruiting and retention issues of this city and the police department. You have not done so. You have shirked on your duties to protect the public and to make sure that we have a good police department that operates. We need a good contract. We came to the city last year asking to start negotiations. Negotiations started in April and people weren't given authority. We had to threaten PERB charges just to get certain things done so we'd actually have some actionable items. So here we are. All these folks, some of them who you talk badly about, maybe not on this dais, sometimes on this dais, but in your emails and your newsletters and all that, these are some of the people, not all of them, because the other people got lives and things to get to. But they're here today because you need to know that when stuff comes out of your mouth that's crazy and it affects public safety, it affects whether people want to come here and work here. Here, here. And it's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing to see, to have cops come in here and show you what direct action looks like. Nothing crazy, no signs, but you're going to have to see it. There's going to be some cameras in here, and it's not going to go away. So you need to go into closed session. You need to get serious about negotiations. You need to get serious about your communications and understand that what you do has an impact, has influence. What you don't do has impact, has influence. Public safety is important to the residents of Richmond. We don't care what they look like. We just want to serve them. You need to help us, let us do that. Thank you.
That was our last speaker.
No one online?
No.
Okay, in that case, we will adjourn to closed session. Thank you for showing up. It is now time to begin the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call.
Councilmember Bana,
Here.
Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Wilson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Cepeda,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Here.
Our next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Our next item is agenda review. I don't have any changes, so. None? Okay. Our next item is report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Yes, Council, the items in closed session, there were three. The first was a report on the status of the audit by the California State Auditor's Office. This status report was discussed. There was no reportable action taken. Item C2 deals with our labor negotiations. The status of the negotiations with each bargaining unit was discussed. There was no reportable action taken. On C3 liability claims, this was the claim against the city of Richmond by Montano and Magellan, and with regards to that item, staff's report was given and there was no reportable action taken. And that concludes the closed session report.
Our next item is a report from the city manager or designee. You want to come back?
Yeah.
Okay. Then we'll move to open forum. An open forum is an opportunity to address the council on items that remain on the consent calendar. And for the record, none of the items have been removed. During open forum, dialogue between the council and the speaker is prohibited. Tonight, we have about 14 speakers in person. Anyone joining us online that wishes to address the council, please raise your hand at this time. We will start with the in-person speakers and then move to the online speakers. When your name is called, please come forward and line up behind the speaker's podium. When you are called to address the council, state your name and your city of residence is optional. Please terminate your address to the council when your time expires. Each speaker shall be allowed up to 2 minutes to address the council. In the city of Richmond, we welcome your comments and request that you present your remarks in a respectful and appropriate manner within the established 2-minute time limit. First group of speakers, Cordell Hendler, Juan Munoz, Sergio Rios, Mark Wasberg, Norberto Guevara, George McLaughlin, Jeffrey Wright, Donnell Jones, Antoine Clord, and Dr. Talicia Moore. Please come forward.
I'm ready. So good evening again, Mayor Martinez, Council. For the record, I am Cordell Hendler, and I'm a Richmond resident. So let me get right to the point. That money that y'all got from Chevron, $550 million, it got me thinking. So I was thinking like, the Youth Council, because they deserve part of that money because they are going to be going to these conferences soon, like, somewhere around California, and that requires money. So if I had that kind of money, I would give part of it to the Youth Council because they deserve to go to attend these conferences and among other things. So that's one. And then number two, my budget wish list is like, to add more staffing, especially in economic development, because once again, every time I hear good news about what's going on in Richmond, there's not enough revenue to come in. for economic development because we need positions, you know, like as far as like we're trying to like bring in businesses, so which I will talk about later in the agenda. And then the third thing was I'm very glad that you didn't pull nothing off consent because I would have had a fit because I emailed city staff and I get a response just that quick. If I can do it, each one of y'all can do the same. It'll help make the meetings go so much faster because, and I appreciate the agendas be a little smaller. So as long as we stay on that path, we might get out here early. So everybody can go home and do what they got to do. So I'll just save my comments for the other items and then I'll give my time to.
Our next speaker is Juan Munoz.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Juan Munoz. I'm a Richmond resident, and I'm a represent United Business Organization, business owner of Richmond and San Paulo. And I'm here to voice my support for increased police hiring in our city. Right now, our officers are stretched thin, response time are longer, workloads are heavier, and burnout is real. We cannot expect peak performance from a department that is understaffed. Hiring more officers means faster response times, more proactive policing, and safe neighborhoods. It also gives our current officers the backup and support they need to do their job effectively. I urge this council to prioritize public safety by providing funding for more hires. Let's give our police department the staffing it needs to serve and protect our community. Thank you.
Sergio Rios.
Good evening, City Council members, Mayor. My name is Sergio Rios. I'm the about 40 years resident of Richmond, and I also own a dry cleaners on 23rd for 20 years. And we've been having so many problems on I'm just saying for 23rd, probably all over the city, but it's been happening so many accidents on 23rd, robberies, and we see, I believe, we need more officers to, because you barely see officers patrolling on 23rd. Now I know why, because they don't have enough officers on the street. So, yeah, and merchants get frustrated when they call the police and there's no response, or they will take a long time to get where it needs. So, thank you. Thank you.
Mark Wasberg.
Ever since the RPA took over the city council, said they didn't want the police. They threatened Magnus, if you don't stop the checkpoints, you're going to be fired. And if you deal with ICE, you're going to be fired. And then now you got the grand jury investigating you people for defunding the police. Don't be surprised if you're going to be indicted. You took the size of the BLM Antifa to get rid of the cops. You had some dumb idea. You think you'd have some social workers go down in front of these gangsters, have AK-47s, Uzis, and MAC-10s. See, this is why you don't want to hire cops. This is why they don't want to come. And the mayor goes, well, we just can't find cops. Yeah, because you're pumping no money into it. That's why. And then they're spending more money having these cops work overtime than they are to hire new cops. Now, that's pretty stupid, you ask me. You spend $3 million on a park, another $1 million hiding illegal immigrants from ICE, another $1.5 million and figure out why the black population is disappearing. And I got this nice little sweet little gem here. This is your mayor who went to Chicago that was preaching hate and violence and murder against Israel. He's wearing a hat promoting to kill the people in Israel. Yeah, that's you, Aguado. Take a good look at it, people. This is your mayor who took an oath to the U.S. Constitution, protect you people, and he's out there promoting murder and hate. That's real smart. You know that? See, this is why we cannot have people like you in our government, because you're out there promoting violence and hate.
Norberto Guevara.
Hello, City Council members. How you guys doing? My name is Norberto Guevara.
Speak in the mic, please. Speak in the mic.
Can you hear me? Better? Yeah. Hi, my name is Norberto Guevara. My family owns a business on 23rd. We've been here for more than 30 years. It's a disgrace that you guys are not hiring police officers, to be honest, because these streets are not really safe. They're really not. I've been living here for more than 30 years, and I appreciate all these officers, what they do day in and day out, because they do the ultimate sacrifice, what everybody else doesn't really want to do. I'm here to let you guys know that it is with deep and most up respect that you guys hire more police officers, because you guys don't be out there 24/7. You guys don't be out there day and night sacrificing your guys' time to do what they do. I'm here because I appreciate what they do. I'm here as a citizen of Richmond. I've been here for more than 30 years, and we need better city council members, better people. And to be honest, we just need a better community, because you guys aren't really doing your guys' job. You guys are just slacking. You guys aren't really listening to the Richmond residents. I have people that live on 24th from Garvin all the way to Wendell that have to deal with prostitution day in and day out. I have little kids walking from school just to see prostitutes out there, and just, you know, they don't have to deal with this. They don't really have to deal with this, to be honest. Hire more police officers, please. Please. We just want this city to be safe. Not for me, but just for the next generation that's coming up. Thank you. I'll yield my time. Thank you.
George McLaughlin.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council members. My name is George McLaughlin, and I'm proud to be a police officer with the Richmond Police Department. I'm here today to stand up for my brothers, Officers Remick and Stocking. They were involved in a justified shooting. They've been cleared by evaluations and remain in good standing, and yet they're not allowed to return to work. That is not policy, it's politics, and every officer at the Richmond Police Department sees that. If you can do your jobs, follow the law, and still be sidelined for political reasons, then no officer in this city is safe from unfair treatment. We are demanding that these officers be returned to duty immediately. Richmond cannot afford to punish officers who do their jobs lawfully and commendably. Thank you very much for your time.
Jeff Wright. Next speaker is Jeff Wright.
Excuse me. Excuse me. All right, let's. Hey, order, order. Order.
I heard the audio plenty of times.
They knew it was a mental health call. They came with a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol, and a shield. The shield did nothing, apparently. All right, if we cannot act civilly, we need to leave.
I don't know how we can behave civilly with the police department that is willing to shoot someone over 8 times.
They should make public comments, not noise in the city council, Mr. Mayor.
It's not funny. They should be excused.
No,
They should fill a card and make public comments, not like this. We shouldn't allow chaos at the city council.
do you want to take over? No, you're not asking, you're talking out of turn.
You killed my cousin. You killed my cousin.
All right.
Two sidewalls should be fired.
What are we doing, Mayor? Are we going to have a little decorum here?
I have asked for decorum.
Jail killing cops. Yeah. Jail killing cops. Don't kill killing cops. Fuck that. Jail killing cops. Jail killing cops. Jail killing cops. Jail killing cops.
This is not acceptable.
They should be removed for disrupting the meeting.
If you don't get rid of them, I'm taking you to court. I'll tell you that for sure. Where's the DA? Why are you
All right. If you cannot be civil, then I will have to ask you to. Excuse me?
They've shown that.
Excuse me. You speak through the chair.
your aggression, sir.
we, they are allowing you to be just as uncivil as they are.
Why are you not controlling the meeting?
You're not supposed
You're not
to
controlling
control
the
us.
meeting.
You're supposed to control the council.
Okay, we're going to adjourn.
I don't believe.
The meeting is adjourned for 5 minutes.
She is not your problem. She is not your problem.
We're only doing public comment at this point. We need to learn civility, and that goes from both sides. If someone is yelling at you, the way you de-escalate is by ignoring it. You don't respond to it, you don't bite into it.
I wish Richmond PD knew how to de-escalate, and they sure fucking didn't. Woo!
So, I'm going to give people a warning. We need to get through this, and we need to do it respectfully. Despite the pain that we have, despite the anger, we have to work through that. And we can only do that by respecting not only others, but by respecting ourselves. So, if people start to talk out, I will ask the Sergeant-at-Arms to escort you out. I hope that we don't have to do that, because I want everyone to be here. I want everyone to participate, and I want everyone to listen, not only with your ears or your minds, but also your hearts. I need you to understand the pain that people are feeling, and I need you to understand the fear that we have of each other. It's a fear that we shouldn't have, because we are one Richmond, and we need to act like one Richmond. So let's continue. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Jeffrey Wright. Darnell Jones. He'll be followed by Antoine Claude.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, the council.
Turn the mic on, please.
Is that it?
There
I
you
haven't
go.
been here in such a long time. I forgot the process.
It's a new mic.
So good to see all of you tonight. I'm standing here tonight with a group that's called the Coalition of Black Excellence. And we've come tonight just to thank Ms. Doria Robinson for making the motion that $1.5 million be set aside for an evaluation of our community. We have put together this coalition. Mr. Antoine Claude, I'm just speaking tonight, just got in it, but when I saw the magnitude of expertise that was around the table, I thought I'd come out of hiding after 5 years and get back into my community. I've been raising kids, but now's the time for us to stand tall as a community, united with the united front, with all of the excellence that is in our community, born and raised in Richmond. Some of the names that you may already have are people who have developed themselves and proven themselves as peers and pillars in our community. And so we stand to say thank you, Doria, for making that, but we want you to know that we want to be a part of that process and make sure that our community is served well, as it has been trying to be served well in this community. As a former coordinator of Operation Richmond Ceasefire, and with all of the research that has already been done in the city of Richmond, we would like to make sure that we are informed and be a part of this process moving forward. Thank you all so much tonight. Good to see all of you, Claudia, Mayor, and Cesar.
Antoine Claude.
Yeah, Antoine Claude, Richmond resident. I want to thank you, Dory, again for bringing this item up and bringing hope to a community that was hopeless. Right? I've been here all my life. There's a whole lot of promises that they promised the black community of Richmond, and we never got nothing. We got all those analyses and crime prevention and all that, but the people of Richmond never got nothing. So this is the first time since I've been here somebody has said this is going to be centered to the black community. You know, we have been regentified. Y'all got to hear that word. We gone. So it's only a few of us left, and we want to make sure that those funds that come here to make sure that our black community that's still here in Richmond can have adequate resources, adequate economic empowerment, adequate business opportunities, better education in our communities, better safe and health and wellness in our community, in a relationship with everybody in our community, because everybody want to be healthy and everybody want to be well. And that's a broad statement when you say that. That means safety in your community, safety when your kids go to the parks, safety when you're out there walking the streets. We want to feel safe because we want the community to be impacted in a way where it's really economically sound, that we know that we are part of Richmond instead of an entity that's been blighted in Richmond because of the stigma of Richmond. That's for real, for real. Richmond got a stigma to it. You can go anywhere in the country and say you from Richmond, California, and the first thing they're going to do is take 2 steps back because they know we ain't playing. Because of that history that we want to change that stigma to be a loving, caring, safe environment to everybody in our community. It ain't about no black, it's to everybody in our community. We are part of this community, and we want to be a part of this community in a way where it makes an impact for our future kids are traumatized. Y'all got to understand, our community's been traumatized for years, if you know Richmond. And we want to make sure that we bring those resources that we know that we can do with this group that we have. Y'all have the names of everybody and their credentials.
Your time has expired.
Thank you for letting me share.
Okay, our next speaker.
Excuse me. I would like to remind the council to pay attention to the people who are speaking instead of doing things on their phone. My apologies.
Okay, our next speaker is Dr. Talicia Moore, and will the following group of speakers please come forward? Dr. Talia Moore, Kim Jones, Damon King, Annie King, Lynn Tingle, Don Nelson, Ben Terrio, Michael Padjingling, and our last speaker, in-person speaker, will be Cesar Cepeda.
Oh, hello. I am Dr. Talisha Moore. I am an educator in West Contra Costa Unified School District. I actually am born and raised and went to school here in Richmond, as I am still a Richmond resident. And I am here just to show my support in my activity and my willingness to join such an excellent coalition, just to focus on what our schools look like, what our students are getting, and what their parents are receiving as well, and really being a part of how we actually make lasting change in Richmond. I think, speaking of the stigma, like the stigma of being a part of growing up in Richmond, that is very real. I experience it all the time with my travels, especially when I go to a friend's wedding in New Rochelle, or just go anywhere really, and they ask me where I'm from, I say I'm from Richmond, and they're like, oh my goodness. But I think in many ways we have to destigmatize what that actually means, because I hold great pride from the city that has raised me and who has educated me, and I feel like it is my turn, my mission to actually make sure that we provide that for other kids and other members in our community. So I am very proud to be a part of something that focuses in on that. And so, yeah, I can't wait to see more of how this process unfolds and how we can truly work together to make sure that all communities, especially the children and their education, is properly served. Thank you.
Dr. Talia Moore. Okay, Kim Jones. Damon King.
All right. Damian King. Good evening, Mayor Martinez and council members. I just stood to reiterate what pretty much everyone had already said. It's always about stakeholdership for all of us. So my hope is that that we put together a sound vision, and that we think creatively and innovatively and out of the box. I see these things come up all the time over the last 20, 30 years. And, sometimes things pan out the way you want them to, and sometimes it's just kind of like pageantry and all for show. So hopefully we can do something in a sustainable way. And I think Doria Robinson for having the vision and the foresight to kind of put this on the agenda and put it together. So again, thank you. And when I think about wellness and the whole holistic approach to having a safe and sound city, I also want to thank these officers. Sometimes I see these guys and I feel like, man, I miss my calling. And so I support these fine men and women also, and I hope that they are also a part of this conversation. Thank you.
Annie King. Nope. Lynn Tingle.
Hello, council. It's nice to be here. I'm Lynn Tingle.
Speak in the mic.
I've been a
Speak in the
resident. Been a resident of Richmond for about 13 plus years. I'm with the Milo Foundation. This is a board member, Dana, and this is a puppy that Caesar is fostering. We have emotional support dogs at the Milo Foundation, just saying. Everyone might need one right now. So we are raising funds for the SNP bus, which is the Spay Neuter Imperative Project. We have too many stray and puppies and kittens born in Richmond and in Contra Costa County that really need the attention of veterinarians and spay neuter. There's way too many animals born in this county that don't have the chance of good lives or of getting good homes. We're in Point Richmond. We've been there 13 years. And the Spay Neuter Imperative Project, the SNP bus, we should be getting here real soon. And we have to raise $140,000 to complete the purchase of this bus that will be in Contra Costa County doing spay neuter 5 days a week. So we are hoping to make that happen. And we are enlisting your help. And if any businesses here in the Contra Costa County area, Richmond area, would like any flyers, any information, if you would like to, you know, have your name on the bus and support us and support spay neuter in Contra Costa County, we would really appreciate that greatly.
All right, I'm gonna call my name. And I'm gonna introduce.
Caesar Cepeda.
Thank you. Just want to make sure I'm official. This is Puffin. Puffin has been living with me for the past 3 days. She is one of 4 little puppies that were left out in the field. She's super skinny, but she's super loving, and she already knows how to go up and down the stairs and the doggy door. She's friendly with other dogs. She knows how to sit. She loves carrots and celery sticks. And best of all, she's up for adoption. You already have 2 other German Shorthair Pointers, which is what she is. So if anyone is looking to adopt, or if anyone has a little extra heart on the side and you want to give a little loving, Puffin is up for adoption. You're going to see me out with her out and about in the community, along with other puppies as well from the Milo Foundation. Please, if you have it in your heart, if you have it in your home, if you have a kid, let your kid decide. Because
I don't think so.
They make the best decisions. So reach out to Milo Foundation if you have a little heart, again, to bring in Puffin. She will love to find a forever home. So thank you all for your future support. And who knows, maybe she makes a great RPD officer.
Yes.
All right, you want to go find somebody?
We're on South Gerard just outside of Point Richmond, and we do appreciate all of you who have come to our aid at various times at our location, and
Thank you, everybody. They'll be right out here on the side if you want to take her home tonight.
Don Nelson.
Hello, I'm Don Nelson, Vice President of the RPOA, and I'm a Sergeant supervising homicide detectives within the Richmond Police Department. A few months back, this very council stood before us and read a proclamation recognizing several officers, detectives, and sergeants and the outstanding work that they did in rescuing a young girl that had been repeatedly raped by her father. You all took turns reading that proclamation until one of you took that proclamation with a look of disgust and refused to read any word of it and sent it back. That same council member led the charge against investigating whistleblower claims of corruption within the police commission. We ask for nothing more than fair and impartial treatment, the same thing that we expect of our officers when they serve the fine citizens of this community. Those citizens are being done a disservice by irresponsible actions and remarks by some of you. It's not your job to have an agenda to push within this council. It's your job to serve the citizens of this community. Thank you.
Michael Pagling.
Evening, City Council. My name is Officer Michael Pagling. I've been here for about 10 years. Just like to echo what my Vice President, Sergeant Nelson, said, and what my future brother and sisters are about to get up here and say as well. It's nothing you haven't heard before, but I think that maybe if we repeat ourselves enough, you guys will actually start believing us. The only reason I came tonight, other than to support my brothers and sisters here, are to support my other brothers, Officer Remick and Officer Stocking. They need to be returned to duty. They didn't do anything wrong, okay? The investigation Officer Remick's under by California DOJ, he's gonna clear that. He's gonna clear the Contra Costa one as well, along with Officer Stocking. Stop playing political games with them. These are people's lives that you're messing with, okay? They didn't do anything wrong. If you want officers to just sit outside a building while people inside are getting hurt, maimed, possible.
From afar. Council member rhetoric. It's an issue because public safety cannot survive political games. When council members attack their own officers with half-truths and rhetoric, it drives talent away and erodes trust. And leadership must unite behind solutions, not divide this city with finger-pointing. When you put out articles in your own newsletters and you can't even get the officers' names correct that are involved in an incident, it's very telling that you have an agenda set, that you're not really about unity, you're about division. Accountability. The RPOA is all for accountability. What we are not for is leaked confidential information, corrupt accountability practices, and something that acts more like a political arm than an independent body. Richmond deserves oversight that's transparent, professional, and lawful, and not just an activist group. Officers Remick and Stocking. The shooting is a tragedy. But no officer that's standing here, myself included, or family members that are watching from home, they don't deserve to get hurt. We don't sign up for that. We don't have to get hurt, and we're not going to. That is not the expectation. They need to be returned to work immediately. It's not policy, it's politics. They're involved in a justified shooting. They're going to be cleared by the DA, the DOJ, and anything else that you guys want to bring up. They will clear them because it's a justified shooting. It's a tragedy, but it's a justified shooting. Tonight isn't about politics, it's about public safety. That's why we're here. We need a city that supports its police officers, holds oversight accountable, and puts residents first, not council members' agendas. Richmond deserves better, and we are here to make sure that it happens. Thank you.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers. We currently have 4 speakers.
The speakers are Dav Janae, Jesus Pedraza, Leslie Becerra, Sarah Cantor, and you will each be given 2 minutes to speak. Dav Janae, you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I am a Richmond resident who loves Richmond. I believe in public safety. I believe that it is important. I urge the Community Council to prioritize public safety by investing in our community, by providing more funding for social services, education, helping strengthen CPRC, empowering alternatives to policing, and not adding more police. Because with the proper support for community members, they can stop the very activities or problems that cause some to ask for more police. The community does not need more police. They need support in facing hardships, working through addiction, support with de-escalating those who are in mental health crisis. All things the police simply aren't doing and seem to can't do. If RPD feels so overwhelmed and affected by short staffing, which I'm not here to negate, but I am here to say, then help us, support us in getting alternatives to policing off the ground so that we can take the load off of you. You know, what will make the city safer is investing in our community members. How is the RPD and victim when they're the ones killing community members? How do we need more money for policing when they already get over 30% of our budget? How are we advocating to bring people back that have taken lives, beaten on others? How is holding police accountable a political game, but dodging accountability isn't? Thank you, City Council, for all you do. Thank you to the people who understand that police and policing is not synonymous with having public safety. Police are not the only means to public safety. And I really think that we could bridge a gap if we come together and realize that. Thank you so much. Good night.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jesus Pedraza. Jesus Pedraza, you may begin.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Evening. I'm here to speak on behalf of myself and the citizens of Richmond. I was born and raised in Richmond. I'm a proud Richmond citizen. Uh, it's humorous to me that the council members that get their campaigns paid for by the police wanted Angel's family kicked out, by the way. I want to speak on behalf of my brother, Angel. His life wasn't justly taken. I'm not against police in any means. In fact, I volunteered with the police several times, but it's truly disheartening to see that you all kind of feel like a gang against our people. We're simply trying to bridge a gap, trying to build transparency and accountability, not scapegoating, not a political game. If anything, redacting information and manipulating footage sounds like a political game to me. I'm simply asking you all for transparency. I'm sorry I can't be there today. I just got out of work, but uh, I ask you all to work with us. I'm not looking to scapegoat anybody. You're looking to reinstate your brothers, I would say, the way that you all speak. But look at it in our eyes. We call the police for help. We don't call the police to get our brothers killed. And you have non-lethal options that clearly weren't used. Not a single one had a non-lethal option. In fact, the only one that did jumped away on the first try. So I'll yield the rest of my time, but I urge you all to think with your hearts, the city council and the police. Think with us. Think as citizens of Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sarah Cantor. Sarah, you may begin.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my comment. My name is Sarah Cantor. I'm a Richmond resident. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight and felt compelled to after hearing the comments from the members of the Richmond POA. I am truly disgusted by the assertion that somehow the behavior of council members, which council is a political body, is unacceptably political, but a police union that really explicitly only supports one side coming in and demanding greater funding and consideration for its members is somehow not political. There is everything that you're doing is political, and that's fine, but you need to own that. And you can't have the the head of the police union come up and state that a shooting is justified. The fact that a police officer feels that he has the ability to unilaterally name that a shooting is justified without letting it go through the proper bodies is exactly the issue that we are trying to push against by strengthening the CPRC. The POA clearly has so much power in this city, and that power needs to be combated by the power of the people. And I look forward to seeing what the CPRC investigation into this shooting says. And yes, we are talking about people's lives here, the lives of the people who have been murdered by Richmond PD.
The next speaker is Leslie Becerra. Leslie, you may begin.
Good evening, council members. My name is Leslie Becerra, and I'm a Richmond resident. I'm here to speak in support of agenda item 0.3 because it's not just a policy item.
Excuse me, now is not the time to speak on that item. This is a open forum. You can speak to anything else, but not that item. You'll have to wait till that item is open.
Okay, sorry. We basically just need support for families in moments of crisis. These are bare minimum standards a community should expect from its police department. Richmond residents do deserve a police department that can build community trust and deter crime. But how can that be possible when Officer Remick shot and killed my friend, Angel Magayan Montaño, on August 4th, and also killed another Richmond resident, Jose de Jesus Mendez, 6 months prior? So how exactly is this keeping us safe? How is it building trust? How are we supposed to call the police for help when there's a real fear they might kill our loved ones? Families like Angels deserve more than silence. They deserve truth, they deserve support, and they deserve justice. And so does our entire community. You're denying families the basic right to transparency, support, and healing. We need a step forward towards rebuilding trust. Our lives, our grief, and our voices do matter. So this isn't just for Angel or Jose, this is for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last public speaker.
Thank you. Next item.
Our next item is approval of the consent calendar.
Do I have a motion?
I move to approve the consent calendar. I second.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Now we'll move to new business. First item, item 01, is to designate a voting delegate and alternate to represent the city of Richmond at the annual business meeting of the League of California Cities 2025 Annual Conference and Expo, to be held in Long Beach at the Long Beach Convention Center on Wednesday, October 8th through Friday, October 10th. And every year, the League of California Cities convenes a member-driven General Assembly at the Cal Cities Annual Conference and Expo. This is an opportunity where city officials can directly participate in the development of Cal Cities policy. And to cast a vote during the General Assembly, the city must designate a voting delegate and an alternate voting delegate to vote if the designating voting delegate is unable to serve in that capacity. Voting delegates may either be an elected or appointed official. Action by the council is required. Consistent with Cal City's bylaws, a city voting delegate and alternate must be designated by the city council action only, cannot be accomplished by individual action of the mayor or the city manager alone. So I have to submit the delegate and alternate to the California, League of California Cities by Wednesday, September 24th. So now it's in your hands.
So, some of us are going to Sister City at that time, and we need to know who is available. Do we have any volunteers? Well, so I guess this shows how important the League of Cities is to the city of Richmond.
It is very important, but I have other obligations.
Yes, okay. Well,
Okay, can we
Not
ask
mandatory.
this?
no, I can pick people, but if they can't go, they can't go.
Right.
So,
It's not mandatory,
right.
so we just won't have a vote.
So I guess we'll have to say, so I guess we'll have to say that there is
Action.
no action, no delegates from the city of Richmond.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, if I may. I thought I heard the city clerk saying that it could be designated as staff on behalf of the city council.
No.
No? It has to, okay, sorry.
All right.
Okay.
I have been speaking into the microphone. So if people would like to turn my microphone up to full volume.
We have one speaker for this item. Cordell Hindler.
Oh, I think your microphone's off.
No, it was on.
Okay.
Now, see, now this is how I speak into the microphone. So, good evening again, Mayor Martinez, Council. Now, when I looked at this item, I said this should have been put on last month's agenda because you had a month's notice for this League of Cities. I know half of the council is going to be in Shimada, and I figured that this is the right time because if you look at other cities like San Pablo, they're attending the League of Cities conference, and so I don't see what the problem is because you have to designate a voting delegate or alternates because this is important because there's plenty of business out there in Long Beach, so that way you can learn from the conference, so that way you can bring it back here. If nobody is not going, I'm like, why is this even on the agenda? So I'm asking that somebody need to designate someone or somebodies to attend this conference because this is important. One of them could be related to economic development, whatever. This is important. The League of Cities cannot do itself. Somebody has to be there. That's all I have to say.
Next item. Item O2 is to receive a presentation of the draft land plan concept to be used as the basis for the preparation of the draft Hilltop Horizon specific plan and provide feedback
Ms.
on the
Clerk?
focus questions.
Sorry, point of order. Do we need a motion and vote on it?
No.
That we're not going to send somebody over?
If there's no action, then there's nothing for me to submit.
Okay,
So
so
we
should
just-
that require
we
a
just-
motion to say that we don't need anything?
The city clerk takes her action from the fact nobody was selected, so she will report nobody was selected.
Okay, I just wasn't sure if it needs a motion that nobody was selected, otherwise there's nothing in writing, but okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, members of the public. My name is Lena Velasco. I'm the Director of Community Development. I'm joined this evening with Michelle Morris, who's our senior planner, who's helping lead the Hilltop Horizon work, along with Avery Stark, who's our planning manager, who's joining us online. With us, we also have members of our consultant team. I have Woody Hansen from Site Lab Urban Studio, along with Beverly Choi from Environmental Science Associates, also known as ESA. And so we're excited this evening to present to you a draft land plan for the Hilltop Horizon specific plan. This evening, we're hoping to present a series of questions to get your feedback that will assist us in refining this land plan so that we can begin the drafting and hopefully come forward with the adoption of a specific plan so redevelopment of Hilltop can be initiated quickly. So we're going to go through a presentation. It's approximately 20 minutes. In that, we also anticipate that you may want to receive public comment, and then if the council desires, we'd like to go through each question and receive comment and feedback from council members on those specific points that will help us refine this land plan. So I'm going to just provide a little bit of background and setting, and then I'm going to hand it off to Michelle, Woody, and Beverly, who's going to do the majority of the presentation this evening. And we're happy to meet with council members after this meeting if it's needed to provide additional input. So just as a quick reminder, the City Council designated the Hilltop area as a priority development area. These are areas known within the region that will be accepting growth, where we will see new housing and new job creation. When the city embarked on this effort, we obtained two kind of main grants, one from the state, along with one from MTC that would help support the redevelopment of Hilltop and would help support growth of both housing production, but also job creation in the city. So the specific plan is about 143 acres, as you can see it outlined in the image on the screen. It's the area outlined in orange. It's known as the Hilltop Mall area and the surrounding parcels, including a bay of property on Garrity Way. So this evening we have a city-led team that is supporting this multidisciplinary team of policymakers, environmental planners, along with traffic consultants, urban designers, engineers, and economists. And this multidisciplinary team is helping to inform the plan development, but as well as do community engagement so that we can come forward with a plan that includes community input in realizing the general plan vision. Next slide, please. So just as a mission statement, the idea here between the specific plan is to reestablish an active and productive destination that supports a high quality of living, diverse experiences, and a new era of economic prosperity. In addition, the community has provided input around a vision, and we're taking the initial direction from the general plan. This was a long engagement process from the community where they wanted to reestablish Hilltop as a destination, as like indoor malls were starting to sort of see their demise. And so the idea was that we could infill around the mall site as well as adjoining parcels to create a new urban active environment. This is one of the most dense locations within our general plan that was identified to absorb more growth and more housing. And so the Hilltop Horizon will be a vibrant mixed-use community that blends innovation, commerce, and culture, incorporating sustainable design, diverse housing, and green infrastructure. Hilltop Horizon will prioritize connectivity, inclusivity, and mobility, and serve as a model for equitable and resilient growth. Building on Hilltop's legacy as a vibrant destination, the plan redefines it as a dynamic and welcoming place for all. So this has been the mission as well as the vision that has driven the consultant team. And this was developed with community input. And that's where tonight we will present a land plan that reflects this vision and how it can be implemented. And just as another reminder, we are not introducing new densities that were not already contemplated in the general plan. What we've simply done is we've gone from a macro analysis in the general plan and have now looked at the site more closely and are proposing some readjustments, which the consultant team and Michelle will go through. But, just as a reminder, here, the general plan has sort of been our vision point, and we're trying not to depart too far from that. However, understanding that there is an impetus of a catalytic project that's needed, and we've been hearing that, and we understand that the market is challenging right now, but that's true everywhere. And so we need to look at this build out as a long term and not just something we're going to be able to accomplish in 5 years, because that's not realistic. So with that, I will hand it off to Michelle and we'll go through the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Lena. Once again, my name is Michelle Morris, a senior planner here at the City of Richmond, long-range planner. The draft land plan concept implements the general plan vision for Hilltop as a major activity center, and with growth and impacts previously evaluated in the general plan environmental impact report. This image points out 3 major activity centers that I'm sure you're familiar with. The work of creating a specific plan for Hilltop Horizon aims to fulfill the general plan's intention that Hilltop remains a major activity center. And major activity centers are envisioned as high-intensity hubs with a mix of jobs, housing, retail, entertainment, and community life. As you all know, Hilltop used to be a vibrant and busy mall, attracting thousands of daily visitors and millions annually. The Hilltop plan is discussed within the general plan as having key roles in economic development and land use policy and goals for Richmond. Creation of the specific plan is funded by the Metropolitan Transportation Commission's Priority Development Area Grant and the state's Department of Housing and Community Development Local Early Action Planning Grant. The goal of the plan would re-envision zoning and promote mixed-use development and housing. It would also support Richmond's Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA. Also, as recently as this summer, the legislature has enacted housing legislation to encourage housing creation and remove obstacles for more housing throughout the state. And we now have legislation that further streamlines the housing approval process and limits downzoning, or, in other words, limits jurisdictions' ability to reduce maximum housing densities. And some changes to existing laws further enable by right maximum housing densities, by right residential development on commercial sites, including mall sites like Hilltop. As many of you may know, the Hilltop Horizon project began way back in 2021. And during 2022 and 2023, the city conducted analysis and discussion of the existing conditions at Hilltop and concept alternatives, many of them. At the end of 2023, concept alternatives were presented to the advisory committee, to the community, and the planning commission, and the city council. And then the city council directed staff to do more scenario planning for the site in 2024. And since then, city staff has been interacting with the mall property owner in their evolution of their ideas for developing their property within the Hilltop Horizon Plan area. More recently, city staff has worked on and produced the land plan concept that we're presenting today, and we're excited to show it to you. We intend to finalize the land plan, conduct numerous technical analysis, and draft a specific plan and an environmental document. The city has conducted community engagement throughout the last 4+ years, including engaging with 29 organizations and agencies, which included more than 170 participants in workshops. There were 3 study sessions with the Planning Commission and the City Council, and we've had 472 survey respondents, and we will continue to have engagement with the community and more engagement opportunities. Which brings us to the forthcoming Hilltop Horizon analysis that we plan to work on. Several reports and studies, including the work products listed here, such as, but not limited to, mobility and parking strategies, design guidelines, development standards, permitted uses, affordable housing, and anti-displacement strategy, and fiscal impact analysis, to name a few. Mayor Martinez and council members, our recommended actions are for you to receive our presentation on the draft land plan concept, to be used as the basis for the preparation of a draft Hilltop Horizon specific plan and environmental analysis, and then provide feedback on the study session focus questions. So, today's focus questions for you to consider as you review the land plan concept are: do you support stepping down residential density at the west and east plan area edges to create a mid-density residential buffer, such as townhomes, multiplexes, stacked flats, adjacent to existing homes? 2, do you support establishing a compact urban gateway district near Close Way and Garrity Way, an area with strong I-80 access, that allows a mix of higher density housing and active people-oriented uses such as shops, dining, and public gathering spaces? And lastly, 3, do you support creating transitional districts by the way of the transitional zone and high density intensity zone between the mid-density residential area and the gateway district that allows a flexible mix of housing, retail, offices, medical uses, and other potential economic drivers? So with that, I'll let Woody Hansen of Site Lab take on the next slide.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. As Michelle alluded, I'll be doing an overview of the development intensities and land uses associated with the concept land plan that's been introduced here. Gosh, I'm very far from that. So one of the starting points in terms of developing the overall planning for this site was to understand the current general plan and zoning, as Michelle mentioned, to understand how we can improve the land use relationships while also enabling near-term development on the site. As you can see here, we're showing what the current general plan and zoning intensities are for the Hilltop specific area plan. That includes a regional commercial zone, which you're seeing in yellow there on the right side of the plan area, which is a low to medium intensity regional commercial zone near Bloom Drive and I-80. And then the CM5 zone, which you're seeing in orange on the left side, is a higher intensity mixed use area, which includes the mall site as well as an area along Hilltop Drive. Notably, the CM5 zoning requires a minimum density of 40 dwelling units per acre and goes up to 135 dwelling units per acre. That lower threshold of 40 dwelling units per acre is not compatible with some of the near-term market-ready development types, such as townhomes and row houses. Wrong one, sorry. Thank you. Do you mind? So our first step was to rearrange that lower intensity area, splitting the zone that was consolidated in the current general plan on the east side of the planning area to be on both the east side and the west side to create a buffer from the existing residential community that exists to the west of the mall site. This strategy holds the overall density as guided by the general plan, but becomes more context sensitive about its arrangement. Then we implemented a more incremental version of densities from the east and west edges toward a mixed-use gateway zone in the center near Bloom Drive. This ensures the center of activity is located along primary roads and in proximity to the freeway to enhance access and create transition from existing residential communities. It's also worth noting that while these figures show generalized intensity bands, there's an expectation of connected streets and a more walkability within the plan area than what's shown here, particularly near that gateway zone. As Michelle noted, and is important to reiterate, the city concept does not increase overall development allowed within the general plan area. It simply redistributes it into transitional zones from those lower intensity areas to the higher intensity gateway zone. The gradient of densities is represented here in a cross-section cutting east to west across the site, which demonstrates a stepped relationship where you can see lower height buildings on the east and west sides in yellow, stepping up toward mid-rise and high-rise development in the center at the gateway, which is anticipated to be a later phase of development. One of the important things to consider here in section is the grade change that occurs, the topographical change that occurs across the entire site, as well as the way in which the transitional zones mitigate the perceived height of the taller buildings in the center from those existing residential neighborhoods to the east and the west.
May I ask a quick question?
Let them finish the
I just want to know what gateway zone means.
That's a perfect segue. That's a perfect segue to the next slide.
Okay, thank you.
The 4 zones support a wide range of residential buildings. So I'll walk through each of these from left to right in terms of the 4 zones that we've accommodated here on the Hilltop site. Starting on the left in the yellow, the mid-density designation accommodates 15 to 40 dwelling units per acre. This generally allows for 2 to 3 story attached homes such as row homes and townhomes. This zone holds a density range comparable to what we see today in the regional commercial zoning, CR, that we saw on the first slide that I presented. The second zone is a new zone that we're establishing called the transitional area, which accommodates 30 to 80 dwelling units per acre, which accommodates some higher density row homes and townhomes up to mid-rise apartment buildings and condos up to 3 to 5 stories. The high density or intensity zone, the darker orange there, supports 50 to 135 dwelling units per acre, which generally supports mid-rise building types of 4 to 8 stories in height. This also holds a similar range to the current CM5 or Commercial Mixed-Use Activity Center zone that's on most of the site today. And then on the right in red is the gateway zone, which is designated for 80 to 200 dwelling units per acre, which generally allows for mid-rise to high-rise building types, 5 stories or more. Across all of these, we're also considering commercial development, which is not supported in the mid-density zone on the left, the yellow, but is supported in transitional high-density and gateway zones, with the highest intensities occurring at the core of the site in the gateway. Thank you. Here's an expanded set of examples that demonstrate the spectrum of housing opportunities we imagine across the mall site, with the upper row of images here representing the mid-density and transitional zones, the yellow and light orange that I was showing on the previous slides, and the lower row of images representing the high-intensity or gateway zones. The project is subject to the Inclusionary Housing Ordinance to support a variety of affordable housing, including for seniors and workforce housing. And for commercial development, the proposed zones support employment centers and activation. While the mid-density zone does not support commercial uses, the transitional and high-intensity zones support employment uses like office, research and development, and healthcare uses, as well as neighborhoods serving retail. A walkable experiential retail zone is encouraged in the gateway area, such as a main street environment, which is something that came up during the engagement process, to support retail, food and beverage, lifestyle, community serving uses, and entertainment uses. So it'd be a perfect place to host a regular farmer's market or other events as well. The plan creates a network of connected open spaces that includes a central park as well as gateway plazas at many of the entries to the plan area, serving the various quadrants of the plan. The network is connected, that open space network is connected by 2 continuous greenways, providing off-street or car-free infrastructure that extend through the middle of the site, north and south, and also along the northern perimeter road of the site to capture expansive views of San Pablo Bay and provide access to Hilltop Lake Park. And with that, I'll let Bev further contextualize the plan.
Great, thank you so much, Woody. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Bev Choi from ESA. Really happy to be here this evening. I want to now go through a couple of additional slides to provide some more context and comparison in how we arrived to the city land plan concept today. As Michelle had shared earlier, and Woody as well, what you see here on the left is the existing zoning for the Hilltop plan area, and again, what the general plan currently allows. Hilltop is designated as a major activity center within the city. This designation is special. It is rare. There are only a few places in Richmond that has this designation. And so what this means, as Lena had shared at the beginning of this presentation, is that Hilltop is meant to be one of the city's busiest hubs that would include new homes, jobs, restaurants, gathering places, entertainment, all in one spot. And now for the other image here on the right, I do want to provide some context here. As Michelle had noted, we had a city council session two years ago, and council had directed the city team to revisit the land plan and to work with the mall landowner to refine this land plan approach. And so we carried out that direction in 2024 and Q1 of 2025. And this image on the right shows the city's interpretation of the mall landowner's most recent concept. I will say that over time, the mall landowner's ideas have evolved. First exploring industrial uses, then emphasizing residential, and more recently moving towards a mixed-use concept. And looking at this plan on the right, it does show a mix of uses. You can see those in the different colors. It does suggest different development intensities. However, this conceptual mall site figure shows a greater presence of that lighter color, those light orange and yellow, which suggests that densities and intensities could be lower than what the general plan anticipates for Hilltop. There is that kind of darker orange red, which represents more intensive uses, but it is only showing up with that one area to the south of the mall site. And this does raise some concerns about whether this concept fully meets the city's long-term growth objectives. And that's something that we're keeping in mind, as well as those near-term objectives. So with this slide, it's a comparison of the 3 proposals. Again, on the left, existing zoning. On the right is the mall land plan concept. And I wanted to, again, show the city's concept there in the middle. And the intent of the city concept is to really take the general plan vision and translate it into an implementable framework. And what this land plan does is to provide these gradual transitions where at the edges you have mid-scale housing development and then you build up, but that those edges really mirror what is there today, like Summer Lane. This approach is going to help bring more residential to Richmond, which is going to advance the city's housing goals, and which many jurisdictions, as you know, across the state are struggling with. And as Woody noted, more housing means more housing choices, affordability for residents with these choices. And with more homes, this also means, again, more people and more eyes on the street within this area of the city. This framework is also going to provide predictability. And what this means for the community is that there's a clear picture of what's coming and where within the plan. And for a developer, it means having a clear framework to work within. And what this does is this predictability is going to limit surprises and delays later on in the process. And we've just got a couple more slides. So what is new on this slide is the key difference is the image on the far right. Essentially, if we were to take the mall landowner's proposal as is and try to reach a similar development as the city's concept, what it does is really add intensity into those edges to the south that you're seeing in red on that image in the far right. And instead, what the city concept really tries to do, again, is distribute those uses, those intensities more equitably across the entire plan area. Again, that transition, that gradient that we've been speaking towards. So in an overview and summary, the city's land plan concepts considers both the near-term development while really trying to preserve that long-term potential that's at Hilltop. In some areas, maybe the mid-density housing could move forward sooner, while other areas are set for future opportunities so that we don't lose sight, again, of that long-term potential. Many of us know that markets go in cycles. There are construction costs, interest rates, tariffs. These things shift over time, and so keeping options open for the future ensures that the site can adapt as these market conditions evolve, and we know that they do. The city concept adjusts, again, those planned edges to mirror surrounding neighborhoods. Again, that notion of building up towards the core. And I want to emphasize, again, the housing component. This means more choices. We're talking about townhomes, condos, apartments, among other housing types that Woody had shared earlier, so that people have options in this community where there are a lot of great, services, such as schools, different types of amenities already in place. And even as the city works to meet its state housing requirements, Hilltop isn't just about housing. We've talked about the non-residential components as well, like the commercial uses, including employment and potential medical uses, along with shopping, entertainment, gathering areas. And this land plan concept is going to create this gateway hub to really activate the space, create a vibrant space that can really help to make Hilltop that destination once again. In this slide on the right, you'll see that there are some open space components. That is certainly aspects within the plan that we are going to integrate. Central Park, connections to Hilltop Lake Park. You can also see that there is a blue T, which indicates a potential location for a mobility hub. And this is a conceptual location. At this time in the project, we don't have all the exact details, but we are working with WestCat as well as AC Transit, and we'll continue partnering with the community as we kind of shape what all the plan amenities will look like. And in summary, this land plan is going to also provide this balance and flexibility, though, where it makes sense. And again, that predictability. And for the community, it's about activating this space. It's about putting more people in this space, safe place for people to enjoy, open space, gathering areas, connections, neighborhood compatibility, housing choices, mix of retail, entertainment. And for landowners, what this means is clear entitlements, flexibility to respond to market conditions, and a confidence of what can be built and where within the plan. And for the final slide, just on next steps before we get into the study session questions, we're here today in this session to, again, receive your direction so that we can finalize and confirm this land plan so we can move forward and launch what is a variety of different technical analyses as it relates to the list that you see here and that Michelle had shared. All these inputs and analyses will feed into the specific plan as well as the environmental document, which we're targeting for adoption in 2026. So do look forward to hearing the input this evening from you all.
Thank you. I would like to go to public comment now. Oh, it's not finished. Okay.
Is it okay?
Yeah,
Okay,
please.
great. So we'd like to share with you what the Planning Commission has already given us some of their input, and I'll go as quick as I can. So I won't tell you everything, but their input's on all over these slides. On August 21st, the Planning Commission received our presentation and sees Hilltop as a regional destination with a balanced mix of uses. They asked whether the plan is consistent with or additive to the general plan, and they seem very interested in the evaluation of the need for schools and engagement with the school districts in this process. They also wanted to ensure that the infrastructure and services can support growth, and they were interested in defining the mobility hub where it might be located to ensure strong transit in the plan area. So like I said, I promised some input. They gave us quite a bit of input, but I'll highlight some that might be most interesting, perhaps. The city's concept carries forward the general plan vision for Hilltop. They expressed a desire for a mix of uses, retail, dining, entertainment, parks, and other amenities. And they had mixed views on density. Some prefer a medium density housing to fit the existing neighborhoods, while others supported high density housing to advance affordability and transit goals. And another example is they had concerns about the project feasibility and calls to scale growth appropriately. So the Planning Commission focused on these three questions. Their input on question 1 talked about the general support for stepping down density at the plan edges, as you see in the blue circles on the image to the right. They also expressed the hope that the neighborhoods, that would help transition between the neighborhoods, leaving the core of the plan area for retail, entertainment, and jobs. For focus question number 2, the Planning Commission expressed support for the gateway at the shown location in the blue circle, and they thought that the focal point or the destination for the Hilltop area should have a strong transition to connections, mobility connections. They also wanted to see a Main Street retail, dining, and activity spots for the Gateway District. And they thought prioritizing affordable or essential worker housing. And definitely they asked about inclusionary ordinance and how it would apply, and it certainly does apply to the Hilltop area. And for the third focus question about the transitional zone and the high density intensity zone, the Planning Commission asked how that if we would be able to allow flexibility to respond to the markets and the phasing of development. And could this be a bridge between the mid-density and the existing neighborhoods with the core, including housing, retail, and employment? And so this is the land plan here that we have here in all its glory, with its rearrangement of the existing density and development that the city of Richmond envisioned with the general plan. This is simply a rearrangement or a distribution and how we can match what the city envisioned for Hilltop. This doesn't add more density, it's working within the rules and goals and desires of the city of Richmond way back when the general plan was adopted and when the draft environmental impact report was approved by the City Council in 2012. So that concludes my presentation with my colleagues and my boss, and we really would hope after public comment, if it pleases the council, that we could revisit the questions, the 3 questions, and get your response, comments, questions individually afterwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was a very good presentation. Thank you for the time that you put into it. And now we'll go to public comment and see what they think.
Okay, we have 3 in-person speakers. If there's anyone that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. The speakers are Don Gosney, Cordell Hindler, and Jamie Purcell.
A great and well thought out presentation, but one of my concerns is that the development of Hilltop Mall and the surrounding community has been limited to the surrounding neighborhoods, and in my opinion, this is a huge mistake. Please compare this to the El Cerrito Plaza and Fitzgerald Drive in Pinole. Both are regional developments that have a huge effect on a lot of West County and beyond. I brought this up time and time again, but it just doesn't seem like the citizens or the city is either listening or cares. This development will significantly impact traffic in the community and West County. It will require a bump in police and fire presence. It will require a massive upgrade to the wastewater processing plants. And where does the city expect all the kiddos to go to school? A new elementary school. By the way, there's elementary schools in our district are only about 400 students. They're talking about what, 20,000 new people? All right, but a new elementary school costs right now in the neighborhood of $100 million. I said, the price is not going to go down. Who does the city think is going to pay for it? It'll be the taxpayers of West County. So shouldn't Richmond alert them of what the Richmond wants to do to them? I says, we have 4 online newspapers here in Richmond. I own one of them. Has the city reached out to any of those to share their plans or gone out in the general communities to solicit input beyond just that Hilltop neighborhood? Shortly after Prologis purchased the shuttered mall, there was a public meeting at the Hilltop Community Church where 3 council members were in attendance. One of them actually told the crowd and spoke directly into the video recorder, telling the crowd that he would decide what businesses he would allow, which contractors he would require them to use, what products he would allow them to sell, and even which employees he would require them to hire. Considering that Prologis wrote the check for $117 million, he was asked whether they should have a say in how their money is to be spent. He quickly replied, "No, I'll decide for them." My suggestion, don't screw this up.
Cordell Hindler.
I'll allow it this time. So good evening, Mayor Martinez, council. For the record, I am Cordell Hindler and I'm a Richmond resident. So thank you, Lena and Woody. Nice to see you again. So and Don just took some of the comments that I was going to raise, but when I was looking at the slides, I said, one of the thoughts that I had was housing, as I stated before. We need affordable housing in Richmond because we got a lot of new people that are trying to move in. So I'm hoping that staff are taking notes right now as I see them. So one of the things that was not mentioned is rebranding of Hilltop. What's gonna be the new Hilltop, if there is gonna be a new Hilltop? Because I've looked at other cities, like in one of the slides, the retail, because we don't have that much retail in Richmond. How are we going to address that? Rebranding Richmond? Because if you look at cities like Walnut Creek, Oakland, Berkeley, they have retail all throughout their cities. But Richmond, it looks like a ghost town. But if you want to bring it back to life, you need to get the stakeholders. I'm a stakeholder because I used to shop at Hilltop every now and then, but now it's gone. But what's going to be in there? Affordable housing and retail. So hopefully staff can look at like other cities, like San Jose. They got a downtown area and it's beautiful. And I said, how can we compete with that? And so it dawned on me. I said, we need more retail because retail generates this money, the green stuff. So if we want to compete with other cities, we need to get Hilltop back from the ground up, no pun intended. It's ridiculous. We got a lot of new people that want to move to Hilltop, and they can't afford it. So what is the plans for Hilltop? I'm hoping that staff can look into figure out how other cities have done this type of work. And I'll give my time to the next speaker.
Jamie Purcell.
Well, I mean, I can think of a way that other cities have done it, which is that they're not as old. It hasn't been around as long. They haven't been around as long, so they haven't had the opportunity to be able to go through a downturn after a development. So, looking at the new plan, well, one, I want to express the gratitude to the city staff for what they did, because I think there's a lot in there, and I do think that there was a large outreach. I agree that there needs to be a good consideration of the region, but I also know that you got to get the buy-in of the people up at Hilltop before you can talk to the region, because it doesn't matter. They'll be the first ones who show up if they're mad about something. So I appreciate you looking locally and trying to get people's buy-in. I do think, though, that it is a very dense for residential. I don't think it looks like it has a lot of opportunity for small business, commercial development, and I think that was something that people really wanted up there, including a grocery store. And I'm going to say that again, a grocery store, because I know that is the biggest thing that they are been constantly asking for, because like many parts of Richmond, it's a food desert. But as well, what I kind of didn't also see there is about some, like, I guess, and maybe it was just kind of be broad brush it, but it would be like about trying to make sure that we are providing services up there. You know, getting either an extension of the library up there, being able to perhaps get a police substation back up there, trying to get some of the nonprofits to have space up there. It used to be a place where AC Transit used to stop, but I don't know if they're going to run the lines back out there, because I know they're strapped for cash right now, and I know that they're, well, until this is a done deal and they actually have things put up, I don't know if they're actually going to run the lines out. So I think there does need to be a draw for it other than through residential, which I can appreciate. We're trying to attack our housing element necessities, but we need to make sure that we are keeping the residents that currently live here still in mind. Thank you.
And that was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers.
The speakers are Hope Dixon, Artur Rentila, and Corey Riley. Oh, it looks like one of our speakers dropped off, so we will go with Artur Rentila. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Arto Rentila. I'm calling from the Fairmead Hilltop Neighborhood Council. I'd like to ask you to reject this plan. I just don't think that the infrastructure study should have been done first. I'm also the chair of West County Wastewater. I've spoke to our staff, our general manager, and West County Wastewater just cannot sustain that kind of density. It's just too many people. Measure U is an issue. Without doing a study on Measure U, we really don't know if it's working or not. And if we don't know if it's working, then how do we know we could attract businesses and retail? Also, Walmart has a 70-year lease. That's problematic. And I understand that gentrification is a reality when we're talking about new development, but you know, nobody in Richmond is going to be able to spend $1 million for a condo, $1 million plus. And I feel that that's an issue. And yeah, I ask that you reject this plan. There's just too many unknowns at this time, and allow Prologis to put forth their plan and go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Corey Riley. You may begin.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Richmond City Council. My name is Corey Riley, and tonight I'm speaking as myself, as a resident, and not in any professional capacity. I live in Hilltop. I live about 1,000 feet from the project boundaries, and I support the staff's vision for this project. When I go grocery shopping, or even just shopping in general, I go to Pinole, 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 El Cerrito, and sometimes Berkeley. When I go for a night out with my wife or my friends, it's the same. It's Pinole or El Cerrito or Berkeley, Oakland. I want to see what Richmond can do with this opportunity that we have here. And I also want to see a Richmond where we are reaching for our housing goals and doing what we can for the Bay Area regional housing goals. I think in order to get to the goal that we all have of, you know, the greenways and the civic areas and the commercial commercial things there, we do need to have the housing, and we need those housing there to support those businesses and to support those amenities. I personally, I welcome the new neighbors and I look forward to seeing the new neighborhood. I think this is a once in a lifetime opportunity for the city. I'm excited to be here living in the city while it's happening. And I say, let's dream big. And I also echo, I'd also like to see a branch library. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Hope Dixon.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Hope Dixon, and I am a resident at Point Richmond at the moment. I used to live on Aberdeen Way, which is maybe like a 20-minute walk from the Hilltop area. It was affordable housing, and I put that in quotations because it was $1,800 a month, and my apartment was rat infested. One time, a rat crawled up the cord attached to my phone that was laying in my bed beside me. So that's just what I want you to know what I was dealing with. I work for Contra Costa College, and I would love a condo. I would love an affordable condo that I can buy, that I can take a bus, because I take public transit directly from Hilltop to the college, so I can continue working and supporting the students, because you have a college in your backyard, and hundreds of our students don't have housing. Over about 25% of our students have been unhoused in the last 12 months. And I say that again, personal experience, but also this is what I am working with. And you have an opportunity because yes, there is AC Transit that goes to Hilltop Mall, and it goes directly from AC Hilltop Mall to Contra Costa College, a direct bus path. So there is so much opportunity to help students. And so I just want to give my support to this housing, to affordable housing, to Hilltop, to everything we have available. Richmond is such an amazing community, and our students and our community and our young people are so amazing. And I know that with this, we can make amazing things happen. And with that, I give my time, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. And that was our last public speaker.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll go to comments from council members. We'll start with Councilmember Bana.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I really appreciate the slides, the visual transition of the ideas. It has been going on for a long time. So I represent District 4, even though it's not in District 4, but greatly impacts it. And people are very eager to know what's happening. I just have some simple questions before making comments. So you talk about like 40 dwelling units per acre. Give us the number of square foots or bedrooms, bathrooms, so we know what units we're talking about for each color code.
That's a great point and good question. The number of dwelling units per acre is really agnostic to the makeup of the unit mix. So, but it's imagined that there would be a wide range of units available here, from studios up to 2, 3, 4 bedrooms. Townhomes and row houses are probably going to typically be 2 to 3 bedroom units with 2 bathrooms, 1 to 2 bathrooms. But once you get into multifamily, multi-floor buildings, you can do anything from studios up to 4 bedrooms. So there's no defined mix at this time.
Is there a limit on the minimum number of square foots for those units? Like, will we see 500 square foot units, or minimum is 750?
I think that's a question of building code.
I do think that as we go through the plan, we can further define that, because we're going to start the environmental analysis as we do the drafting and really start to think about, like, okay, different bedroom types can produce more traffic trips. And so we may have to add limitations, but that would be something that we would draft within the specific plan, having a minimum unit size, and then sort of contemplating like what a unit mix that's desired for the area. So it's something that we can further refine. I think right now we're just thinking overall number of units, but the bedroom count is something that we can look into further to figure out if it needs to be restricted within the specific plan.
So let me throw all the questions I have in my mind, and you choose how to answer them. So I'm thinking there is a major gas pipelines. There are 2 of them actually around that area. There's also Hayward Fault nearby. Is there a limit on population density there? Is there a limit on the number of stories you can build? I mean, what are the concerns for profitability? Have you shared it with Prologis? What is their stance on it? Are they happy with it? What are their objections? These are some of the questions.
So I will take some of that, and then the team can add on. So I think in terms of the gas pipeline, Hayward Fault, there's obviously some building code design requirements that get triggered on the proximity. Again, we're noting that the general plan had already visioned high-intensity development within this plan area, so we aren't changing that. But there will be some building code considerations depending on the proximity, as different locations on the site may have that. Population density is, again, once we start producing numbers, we will look at a range of development. There's obviously, we have a floor and we also have a ceiling, right? So we anticipate that development will be somewhere in between. And initial phases, given the market, may be closer to the lower end, with the hopes that over time, the market conditions improve, the desirability of Hilltop also improves, that it could get higher over time. Profitability, it is something we've been engaging with the various landowners. We understand right now the market isn't really supporting multi-unit development. But again, the city has this larger vision, and if we were to only consider current market conditions, it would significantly change that. And so this is the question I think that the council were looking for you to opine on is, are we on course and continuing to evaluate and consider the general plan, or are you wanting us to redesign the plan to only consider today's market? And so I think, you know, we do have larger objectives that have obviously been expressed. And so I think that's the big question today is, yes, we understand that this is an ambitious plan and will not fully be supported in today's market. But again, market conditions are changing and always change. So I think we're suggesting this evening to continue with the general plan vision and consider these adjustments. And then we sort of see how that plays out. And we'll come with additional detail as the plan is developed. And so there'll be additional considerations for the council that kind of sees, okay, here's where all the open space is going, the parking, how that's planned. So this isn't the final say this evening.
Okay, I'm trying to grasp an idea, but your answers are like clouds, you know, nothing is specific. So I have other questions. You and Beverly mentioned landowners. So I thought Prologis is the owner of the large portion of it, and the city is for the rest. So what do you mean by different landowners? And if Prologis is going to build that, is the city going to work with the same contractor to build this? Well, what is the vision?
So there are various landowners. Prologis, if you go back to the comparison site plan, owns the mall site plus one parcel across on Hilltop Mall Road. Everything else is private property owners, various property owners. Okay. The city does not own property out here. We are not a landowner, I mean, aside from roadways and the park to the north, but it's all private property.
Got it. And how many owners do we have?
It's not that much. I want to say it's probably limited to about 20. Prologis obviously owning the majority of the project area.
And what is the vision for ownership? Are we going to promote home ownership with this? Are there, side projects to facilitate that, or we're envisioned renters, owners?
I think we envision both. I mean, I think we're hoping that there's some home ownership opportunities along with rental opportunities within the plan area, and then other commercial uses. But we will not be developing a project. Again, we're setting up the framework for private development.
Okay. So you know that freeways dissect communities and divide them. El Sobrante has been on its own, isolated, separate from the rest of the city forever. It would be a golden opportunity to have a bikeway, walkway path that connects this to the other side of the freeway to connect communities. It'd be awesome, and I strongly insist that you please consider that. It's very important both for Hilltop area and for the other side of the freeway to connect the city. As Corey mentioned in his comments, instead of going to Pinole and El Cerrito, it serves both for recreation purposes, walking, biking, and also shopping and everything, and it'd be an awesome opportunity. So please do not neglect that. Let me make sure if I have any other questions for you. I think that was it. I'm still not clear about how much aligned Prologis is with this plan. Any idea?
So it's my understanding that Prologis did submit their point of view on the draft land concept today to the city council through an email.
Unfortunately, I didn't have time to read it, I know.
Well, so they do have their own ideas of how to perhaps develop their property. However, over the last year or so, longer than a year, we have been working with them to try and figure out what they envision for their property. There are some areas that we have taken into account their point of view, as well with other landowners in the community in the Hilltop area. So it doesn't exactly mesh with that, but I believe that this plan would accommodate just about anything that they come into the door with an application. And we would certainly entertain any application that they came to the door with.
Okay, I'm confused. I thought you were working with them, but I'll leave it at that. I may have some comments later on. Thank you.
Mayor, if I may, I think the point that staff is trying to underscore is to date, we welcome the opportunity to continue to collaborate with Prologis, but to date, they have not submitted a formal application for a development project. So this is all still very conceptual. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Wilson.
Thank you. This is a nice segue because I could use a little bit more clarity on Prologis's role moving forward. So I'll just restate what I think I heard, is that they are the owner of the majority of the land, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they will be the developer of the land. And they have not formally made a move to become the developer of the land. Is that correct?
Well, so the third image on the slide to the right shows the land that Prologis owns.
Right.
They're the property owner. Now, would they be the developer as the applicant or not, or would they partner with builders? I think that's a question we would have to ask specifically, but as a property owner, they can submit an application. We're continuing to engage all property owners as well as all Richmond residents and agencies that are interested in this regional destination. And that's our intent until it's adopted.
Okay. And then sort of following up on that, I heard that there's target adoption of whatever plan is adopted in 2026. Is that a council decision, or who's the decider on this? And what's the process for that?
Yes, it would come to the city council for formal adoption since it would be land use regulation. The planning commission would be an advisory recommendation to the city council. And because it's an ordinance, a zoning map change, it would be a first reading and a second reading.
Okay, thank you.
And we believe that there's representatives from Prologis in the audience. I think over the last couple of years, staff have continued to work in good faith as they've considered various development opportunities. But again, to date, they haven't submitted a formal application for a specific project. And upon receipt of that, that's what would trigger staff to then partner with them and to consider some sort of revised or final submission to the city council. And that could also, at some point in time, be in the form of a general plan amendment. So, I mean, obviously, we've been meeting with them in good faith. We would like them to submit an application because that would make it easier to finalize something that potentially both parties could agree to. But since that hasn't happened to date, what we're trying to do is make sure that we also comply with our state grant deliverables, since so much of our funding is tied to opportunities for state funding. We want to make sure that we continue to illustrate that we are being proactive in meeting our deadlines.
Okay, thank you. And then I just sort of throw this open for anyone who has an opinion on this. What so there's sort of different versions of this plan, including the one Prologis prefers, and then the one I think that the city prefers. And can you characterize which plan is more consistent with the development of affordable housing specifically? Like my understanding of it is greater density is consistent with greater opportunities for affordable housing, but I am no expert, so I will just pose it as a question. Like, can you make a case that we're more likely to have below market housing in one of these visions?
I think what we're considering is that greater, deeper, higher densities do create more affordability. I mean, a townhome, lower dense product is harder for low-income families to afford, where a studio unit and a condominium is something that may be more affordable. Now, we understand the cost of building these are more difficult, and so we see the city's plan creates that opportunity. Now, certainly a private development can come in with saying we're going to guarantee building 300, 500 affordable units, but I think we haven't received that commitment yet in an application. But so right now it's a little bit hard to compare which one would actually produce more, but it's our understanding that more density does create more opportunities for affordability and different income levels.
Okay. Does anyone disagree with that before I move on? No one's going to argue with that. Okay, great. And then my last question is one of the concerns brought up by speaker is that whether the sort of infrastructure of Richmond can handle the density. I think what was mentioned is schools and wastewater processing. And so can you talk about what would have to happen to achieve civilization, but if we had 20,000 new people here?
So when we did the general plan, and having been somebody who participated in the process, whenever you're going to develop or adopt a plan that has over 500 units, you have to get will serve letters, right? So again, we are working within the constraints of that general plan. Development at this intensity was already contemplated. Now, as part of the environmental analysis for the ultimate specific plan that we're dealing with, we will go back and sort of reaffirm understanding. But, the general plan already contemplated this growth, and we had will serve letters from the utilities at that time.
Councilmember Cepeda?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I see Prologis is here, and if I may, can we hear from them and see what they think? Because you are being impacted by this here. We don't own the property, you own the property. And as much as I love the pictures, this is something that a community has envisioned for a long time. We also have to be realistic in what can you build? Or will you not build anything at all? Please.
Oh, there you go, sorry. Hi, my name is Janet Galvez. I'm an investment officer for Prologis, so the mall owner that was referenced in the presentation. I do want to thank staff. They have been very collaborative at the beginning of the process. We've owned the mall since 2021. I do want to clarify a few things. I understand that this specific plan is following the general plan, overall general plan. However, the general plan didn't assume a minimum density count. It's up to 135 DUs per acre versus the specific plan is now introducing a minimum number of units. So there's a slight difference. The other comment that came up is whether specific development creates an opportunity for affordable housing, one or the other. My role as an investment officer for Prologis is to really understand the city's general plan, understand the community's needs, understand cyclical cycles in the market. I understand it could change, but it's also to understand your existing Muni code. And your Muni code currently requires whatever project gets built, versus whether it's low or high density, to set a minimum number of affordable housing units. So there is that code requirement in your existing municipal code. With that said, I understand that market changes, but there's been cycles that we've studied, and it's really about what Richmond can support over a period of 30 years. And it's never been able to support high density as it's envisioned in the general plan. The other thing I've studied about Richmond is that we really care about the community, what the community thinks, and it's not my first time in front of council or planning commission presenting a project. I actually was responsible for developing a project in Cutting near the port, and when we got that project approved, that planning commission, and I quote, said, "This is one of the best projects and teams we've seen in a very long time," and they commended our ability to work with staff and community. So our intent is to continue to work with staff and community, but we do want our vision and our plans to kind of be heard and responded to in the specific plan.
Thank you. So when can we expect something from you? Because the community wants to know what your vision is and what your plan, for your potential plan is. And then we got to marry the two. As some may say, we might need to get a tattoo on our finger to know that we're married.
Yeah, and sorry, just go ahead.
Go ahead.
And there doesn't need to be a planning application submitted to be able to shape the specific plan. We own several properties throughout the Bay Area, and oftentimes we are working collaboratively with the city on specific plans without having a specific application into the city for review. I understand the frustration. We have owned it since 2021. And we've had various team members change in different phases, right? I was responsible for our industrial platform. However, this is now #1 priority in our company. All our stakeholders want to see something happen. I am not a residential expert, so what I'm doing right now is reaching out to the market, reaching out to various consultants that are experts, and trying to determine what's the right plan to put forward. So we need a little bit more time. Myself and my partner Sunil are working on submitting an application by November of this year. That is our goal. But in order to do that, we want to make sure we're asking the experts what really works here, considering the topography, the market, the demographics. So we need a little bit more time to finalize that.
Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate your
Thank you so much for letting me speak.
For staff, just trying to figure out what's presented about how many residents are we expecting? Not just visitors, but residents, because that's crucial to, and it's been mentioned several times, to the support that we're going to need. Police, fire, wastewater, right? We heard from the current president of the board for West County Wastewater. I was a former West County Wastewater president, and I had the same question last rendition. So how are all those services going to be supported? Because last time we were about to build a small city in this area, about 20,000 people or so. What's the number now?
So when we did the general plan, there was a projected build out. And from 2012 to 2030, it was contemplated Richmond would add approximately 15,000 residential units. We have not gotten close to that number, and obviously we have about 4 years left, 5 years, and we're going to be starting the general plan process pretty soon in order to get a plan adopted before 2030. But I think in this area, it's really going to depend because it does allow for just commercial without residential uses. So again, when we do the environmental analysis, we'll have kind of a build out where it's high residential, and then we'll have a build out where it's higher commercial, because the traffic patterns between residential uses and commercial will vary because as you can imagine, residential has that early AM peak trips and then in the evening too, where commercial has, you know, trips throughout the day. So we're going to look at different scenarios. So we don't have a full answer, but again, we're staying within what the general plan already contemplated. And we'll look at the different scenarios and see how the different build out scenarios can result in different environmental impacts.
I want to make sure that I understand. So Richmond needs to build about 15,000 more residences, and we're looking at putting them all here?
No, the general plan vision said the build out. Within these change areas, you would have 15,000. So
So how
between
much-
McDonald,
In this area
downtown,
here-
Hilltop, the general plan did not
But this plan,
limit.
the Hilltop Horizons plan, and if you don't have the number, it's okay too, but about how many more residents, in all these different colors, and some of them are hard to see, are we looking to put in 500 more families, 10,000 more families, 20,000 more families? Because that's a crucial number of what is going to happen with all the other services.
We don't have an exact number yet, and again, it'll be based on different build-out scenarios. Again, we'll look at a high residential use scenario, high commercial, and then it's likely to be something in between. And so we will develop that number as we don't want to do too much analysis early, and then you tell us we've gone too far astray. So tonight, you know, once we get some direction, we'll go back and refine those numbers for you.
Okay, thank you. Then my other question, since we're trying to build 15,000 all over Richmond, my concern would be that making sure, because I read the letter from Prologis, it's in the comment sections for everyone, and they want to preserve CM5 zoning flexibility as an example. And for the first time, I've seen where a developer and the community that surrounds the development are in agreement. So that to me is very important, that not just the developer, but it's that the community. The community is saying we can't sustain all this extra traffic, all these extra people coming in, especially because we don't have the number. But we're just saying we're going to build these high rises, 3-4 story high, and multiple of them. So it's going to be a couple thousands more people. And I know that the mall was having a lot of people back in the 70s and it was packed and full, but the people have changed. Now they're used to a dead mall, unfortunately, right? Good or bad or indifferent. So now how do we ease it back in? But also, as importantly, is making sure that Prologis can build something, because if they can't, that circle is going to have 0 residents, 0 anything. We don't own the land. We are not paying for the development. So we need to make sure that we partner. I love the vision. I want to see that vision. I've been promoting a grocery store and a hospital. We'll bring one of them somehow or other. I'm stealing it from Pinot. Like somehow or other, we're going to put something in there. But we also need to make sure that we are getting something for the community, because the community wants something there. Excuse me. My other question, you said busiest hubs. So we're proposing for Hilltop to go back and being another busiest hub again, right? That's the thought. And we've got minimum amount of exits from there. So we also have to make sure that we're approaching this as a public safety. How do we get people out of the traffic circle safely, turning on Bloom, Robert Miller Drive, Shane, Garrity, and Hillview? Again, how do we get all those people out of there? And hopefully it's not just in cars, right? We have to figure out public transit as well. But in case of an emergency, how do they all get out of that traffic circle? And if we're having 20,000 people plus, those are just the people that live there. We're still going to have plus. People are shopping and dining. So it's going to be a lot of people in case of an emergency. And as Councilmember Banda said, we sit on a fault line. There could be another emergency. How do we do that? And then we said over time, we're looking at this project sort of over time. And what does that over time look like? For how long? Because by 2030, we have to build 15,000 residences around Richmond. And 2030 is pretty much here. Right? Is that the thought?
The general plan goal was to build 15,000 units by 2030. There was a build-out vision. Now, it obviously hasn't been achieved. And so when we go through the next general plan cycle, we will be revisiting some of those goals and objectives. But, you know, the other thing that we need to contend with is SB 330. Michelle went through that at the beginning of the presentation, this limitation on downzoning. If the council wants to downzone and take density away from the site, then we need to find replacement units somewhere else throughout the city. So, and again, you can only put so much in downtown and you can only put so much by the ferry terminal. And so then you have to start looking at established neighborhoods, and because we've already done it in the general plan where they're along major corridors, right? So San Pablo Avenue, McDonald, and Cutting, these are already meant to be some of the areas that would absorb the growth. But so if we take it away from Hilltop, we're going to have to find another site to absorb it.
Thank you. I'm out of time for now. Thanks.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to say it. Everybody talks about the housing crisis in the Bay Area. And here we are with an opportunity to build housing and high density, because we are not going to resolve this problem with town halls, right? So I think like we need to really think about that we actually need more than 15,000 units to build if Richmond wants to be a leader in affordability and resolving and be part of the solution of the housing crisis that we have, right? So with that said, I agree with the high density. I agree with the zoning. I think, yes, Prologis bought the land and probably they want to build the big boxes for putting stuff there. My English right now, warehouses. Thank you. But I think like this was a vision in the community that Hilltop will be a plan that has housing and retail. And everybody talks about retail and businesses, but in order for these retail and businesses to really be successful, we need people there, right? We want also the downtown, and we want other spaces. For instance, like we are putting the small businesses in downtown, but like we need to build, like we need to attract more people to live there in order for that businesses to be there. So I think like in terms of like what Prologis has and what we have, we need to see not only what a corporation wants, but what the community really wants and vision for that area. And I glad the idea that like we need to plan for the future, like the economic is now a small house, and I am like 3-store units or 4-store units is not high rising, just like this is not. And so I think this is general, but I think like I like how this is going. I think like there are some important issues that we need to know is how like the sewer system, all of that like need to be planned. And also like for me it's important, as we heard from some of the comments, affordable housing, affordability. So we need to have a high percentage of affordability, so we can actually make sure that people who, as one of the callers said, like people who are going to Contra Costa College or are living here renting have the potential to live in that area. I will be talking to you more I think one of the questions is that you mentioned that it will be, or housing goals will be by 2030, 15,000 units, or do we have, like, if we had to, in order for us to meet that, our goal is 15,000, and it's by 2030 that we will have to build this. If not, what happened?
So let me clarify. When we did the general plan, we did an environmental impact report because we had to say, okay, what is the potential that the general plan will result in terms of new development? Like how many new jobs, how many new housing units, and then we use that to then analyze potential environmental impacts of adopting the general plan. So in that, we had a build-out scenario that the city believed that between 2012 and 2030, we could add an additional 15,000 units. And then we looked at the environmental impacts of that. We haven't achieved that. However, our RENA, which is the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, which is prescribed to us by the Association of Bay Area Governments, I think our RENA is closer to 3,600 units, 3,614, and they break that up into affordability levels, how many is low, very low, and moderate, and then market rate. And so that's kind of what we report on annually to the Housing and Community Development Department. And that's, I think that goes through 2023 to 2031. So ABAG has said the city needs to produce 3,600 units. Now, we put in, I think, in our packet, kind of where we are in terms of progress. We're still at like 10%. So we have a lot of work to do, and making sure we have a zoning and development standard framework to support that growth. I think that's what we've been working hard to try to present this evening.
Yeah, thank you. I just ended with, I think what you said is true. Like, we have this plan for Hilltop to absorb some of these housing goal or units as a goal that we committed. If we are not doing it there, we will have to find other places. And I think it's a great opportunity to have this space to really vision and what we want to do. And we are hearing clear with many residents that it's important to have housing, it's important to have retail, it's important to have amenities so we don't go to Pinole, right? For things. So I will be talking to you more. I just wanted to say, General, that I am supporting the vision and how you are putting together this plan. Thank you.
Okay, oops, sorry about that. Councilmember Bana? Oh, I'm sorry. Huh? Oh, okay, well, I did see your hand up, so go ahead.
Thanks. All right. Thank you. I first want to just say thank you for all your work. I know that there have been a lot of meetings and a lot of interactions, and it's not easy to do forward-thinking, forward-visioning projects to kind of create a map for the future, right? And I'm sitting here thinking that one of the things I'm hearing from people who are calling in is this fear that the neighborhood, the community is going to be overwhelmed with unmet needs, like, soon. And I feel like that's like we kind of need to think about this in time, because anything that's being proposed here, correct me if I'm wrong, is probably not even going to be built in the next 3 to 5 years. Right? We're talking about a 10-year, 20-year timeline, right? Like, depending on how development project comes up, how the economy changes. So there could be time for these things to kind of unfold. And what is the timeline for this plan that you're envisioning? Like, of course you don't know the exact timeline, but what would you expect?
So I think the way the plan is envisioned now is we desire, as well as the community desires, an initial phase to help sort of spur and serve as a catalyst for redevelopment. And we believe we've accommodated that in the yellow that is also shown on the screen. This is sort of a lower dense product that, again, we're looking at the context of the site. So if there's a market desire, we also understand there's a Walmart that has a 70-year lease. It's not likely to move in the short term. There's a lot of development on surrounding parcels that, again, may not transition in the near term. So we are seeing it as a 20-plus year plan. But we also are looking at ways to make it easier for something to happen now. And so that's why are recommending a redistribution of the density to allow for something now. But again, it's going to take property owners coming forward with projects, and we're just hoping to set a clear framework for them so that there's by right development.
And I really do hear the concern about not having enough infrastructure currently, and I'm trying to think, well, this stuff isn't going to come right now, and so what is the plan for addressing this kind of a dramatic increase in population over a 20 to 70 year threshold? What is the process for considering new connections to water, sewer, fire, police? How does that normally happen in this kind of a planning level development process?
So as I mentioned, agencies have it in different ways. East Bay Mud has a very clear process that, again, we have to give them a letter of intent of how many units we plan to produce, and then we have to create these water demand studies.
When does that happen in this?
I think as we begin to look at, it happens during the environmental review process. Okay. And again, we're going to come up with projections on population growth once we sort of get this land plan to a point where we know that this is the way the council wants to move forward. Same with the wastewater district is, we've already been sort of meeting. We have engineers on the project team that will work on looking at utility demand analysis based on the unit types, because a 4-bedroom house is going to have a different water demand than a 1-bedroom studio or a 1-bedroom house unit, excuse me. So these are all the things that we're working through, and most of the utility companies have very specific processes for large growth. So we'll work with them.
Right. And then when it comes to low-income housing and affordability, we know that there's a difference between affordable and low income or very, very low income. Can you say a little bit about that mix and what is projected for this site? Because affordable isn't affordable for a lot of people.
So right now, there's an inclusionary housing ordinance, but there's an opportunity within the specific plan to develop the standards for this project area within the specific plan. Affordability right now, I mean, we can use sort of the legal terms that the California Department of Housing and Community Development has, which is, 50% of area median income for the county is low income, and then 80%, or very low income, and then it's 80% of AMI, and then 120. And so they have very specific calculations, but within the specific plan, once we determine the number of units, we can begin to project the number of affordable units that would be required. There's other state legislation around rental versus home ownership. We, in some cases, have to have an in lieu option of building the units on site. So these are all things that we'll have to contend with. And, while we understand the objective is to add more affordable units, we can come up in the drafting with some options for
Does this Does this happen when people bring projects forward, or does it happen before it? Could we proactively set goals for affordability or low-income housing in the project area? And similarly, could we proactively set goals for anti-displacement initiatives or incentives or?
Definitely. I
Yeah.
think the plan includes affordability and anti-displacement policy document, which again, we can analyze some options for the city council to consider in terms of what would help achieve the affordability goals that the city has, and we'll get community input on that process.
I would really appreciate seeing that as a part of the next, versions. To see it on a potential timeline, so that people understand that these color coding could possibly also correspond with timing, that the development would kind of, in theory, unless something big changes, would be developing from the outside in, and it would be over many, many years. One more question. Would if you're going to bring in this many people, you need to bring in other services like fire and police and, like what was mentioned before, schools. Is that planning, does that happen in the environmental portion as well, or when does that happen?
It's going to happen sooner than the final environmental document, because we have to start looking at whether or not the projected growth is going to demand a new fire station, new police station to sort of meet response times. So those are all things. And the general plan has already done some of the initial framework for us. And so those are the things that we'll have to kind of look at, plus current conditions, like what's happening now. Was a new bridge built that wasn't contemplated in 2012. So we will do that soon. I think as we start to look at the build out scenarios and start those conversations. And the library issue, a branch, that came up.
Yeah.
And then we will be looking at funding infrastructure. All that will be part of the specific plan.
So yeah, that's actually my last two questions is, how do cities normally pay for that kind of infrastructure increase? I know that we have certain fees on development, but that's probably not going to be enough to pay for, new police stations and fire stations and things like that. So how do we pay for that? And then the final question, I'm just going to give it to you now because I think I'm going to run out of time, is which of these zones would support the grocery store that people are all really wanting? So 2 questions, and then I'm done with my questions.
Regarding the question on the grocery store, and we've heard that comment come up time and time again, and understand that that is an important aspect that we've heard from the community and other stakeholders, and so that it is possible to have that type of use within the zones shown and identified as transitional zones, high density and intensity zone, as well as gateway. And the way that we've tried to set this up is to allow flexibility so that a variety of uses can occur within this space. Again, going back to the expectations as well as meeting the needs of the community. And so it can occur within most areas in this plan that you're seeing.
And in regards to how do you pay for the infrastructure needs, I think there's different ways which we will analyze. I mean, right now the more common one is sort of a area benefit district, where since it's meant to really support this specific development, it may be an additional assessment that will get charged to development within this area to help support what they're producing in terms of a demand for facilities. The development itself may also produce revenues to specifically around utilities. So we will look at those scenarios as we develop what needs to be built in order to support the build out.
And will those come back with the environmental review or in the next, like, when can we expect to get this kind of information? Because in order to assess the whole project and to really know whether or not we support it, it feels like we need to have some of the answers to these questions around infrastructure, around affordability, around, kind of pre-thinking,
Yeah, I think it's part of
anti-displacement.
the draft. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut
No,
you
no,
off.
I'm-
I think as part of the draft, there will be an infrastructure chapter that describes what's needed. And certainly we could start to talk internally, and it sounds like some study sessions would be beneficial as we, continue to evolve in the development of the plan, just to start answering some of these questions early. And getting some feedback along the way. So we will look for those opportunities, but it'll be in the draft document for sure, but we'll be doing some memos, some additional analyses that we'll make available during public community workshops and things like that, as we know this will be important factors to consider.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown.
Yes, thank you so much for the presentation and for all the hard work, and thank you for answering questions that I had sent earlier. I did want to ask, just from the conversation that's taking place, it seems that there are key stakeholders that are rejecting our current plan, as well as community members and owners are not really aligning with the general plan that we're going to move forward. I just want to know that, like, in the spirit of preventing further delays, and the owner saying that they need at least until November, is there an opportunity to wait to prevent further modifications, just so we're not, one, being put at risk of losing any current grants or anything like that? Is there an opportunity for collaboration with the time that they're requesting?
Our goal is to continue in the drafting. I think some of the questions that you're asking is we need to start coming up with some build out scenarios. So certainly we're going to make progress in 2 months, but it's not enough that it's going to, if they were able to come in with an application, I think certainly we'll look at it and figure out if there's any alignment there. The area that we're not mostly seeing eye to eye is around what is the floor density. Is that, they're saying it's very difficult to build 40 units as a minimum floor. And so we've introduced this mid-density and this new transitional zone in consideration of that. But what we don't want to do is sort of build a site that's mostly in this low, less than 40%, and then build these high-rise 200 unit structures, which doesn't really relate to it. So we're looking for a more gradual transitional approach to it, but certainly we'll look at an application when it comes in, and if refinements or adjustments are merited, we'll come back and do a study session with the council.
Okay, so if there are any modifications that are needed, it would have to come back before the council?
I think we have to see their application. I mean, if it's consistent with the general plan, then we'll consider that at that time. But, we have to sort of see what they're proposing in order to figure out if it changes where we're going with the specific plan. I think we would be coming back to sort of let you know that we need some direction here.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Let's see if I can find Councilmember Bonner's time. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I know we're running out of time. I'm going to make it brief. My questions, and I don't expect cloud answers. Very tangible, yes, no, maybe, or one sentence, good enough for me. So considering that's going to take 20 years, I'll be dead by then. If Prologis, I mean, seriously, we'll have more, city council members to decide about it, and I don't know, new residents. Can we start by giving permit to bright yellow if they agree upon it, or the whole thing has to be completed before we give them permit to build?
I think we would have to look at that more specifically. I don't have an answer right now.
Okay. Honestly, it's a little frustrating that you're
If I
presenting
may-
all this, but there is no data about infrastructure, about the number of, I mean, everything is just too
Councilmember
cloudy.
Bonner,
So,
if I may, so it would be okay for someone to bring in an application, and that the concept is that the development will happen incrementally over time.
and that's my next question, actually. You started the presentation by saying that at the last council meeting asked you to work with them collaboratively to bring this in. Now you're saying that it has to be a formal application. They're saying, why don't we work together before bringing an application? So what keeps you from collaborating directly without an application?
If I may, Lena, can I take the first pass? So just to clarify, for the last 4 years, staff have been working collaboratively. And so if the city council's direction is that to pause and to regroup, we can certainly do that. But it has been 4 years, right? And so we're trying to make sure that we're also, when we accepted the grant, right, there was a city council agenda item that where the city council accepted the grant, we approved the contracts.
How
with
much is the grant?
With consulting firms. And so if the city council wants us to shift direction, we have to have policy direction to do that. We can't just keep pausing, in perpetuity while we're waiting.
I think the goal is building Hilltop Mall, not satisfying the grant. So to me,
No, I'm not there.
sacrificing
I
the
don't think
grant
there-
is justified if we have
Well,
to.
that's a policy decision of the city council. So we as staff, right, once the city council authorizes us to accept a grant, and you have authorized us to enter into contracts with consulting firms, if the city council wants to change course, that requires policy direction for 4 or more council members.
Let me make sure I understand what you're saying. Are you saying because you have the grant, you cannot work closely with
No,
Prologis?
that is not what I said.
Okay, so you
I
can
said that
work
we have been,
collaboratively with them.
I've said that staff, and myself included, we have met with the Prologis and various members of their team collaboratively over the past several years. Staff has indicated it's been 4 years. We said we're happy to pivot and change course or delay if that's what the city council wants to do. But that is not a decision that comes from staff. That is a policy decision of the city council, that you would have to direct us to change course or to pause or to take more time, because we've already brought contracts before you for the work product that you saw here tonight from the consulting firm. So we can't just keep extending the deadline in perpetuity.
So is it possible that as you work with the consulting firm, you work closely also with Prologis? Can we direct you to do that tonight?
Councilmember Bonner.
Okay,
that-
I
that
have
is your
one more
last-
question
That is your
and I'll-
last question. Your time is already up.
Okay,
So,
one
no,
last
you
question,
just-
if I
no.
may. It's very
You-
important.
Your time is up.
Okay.
Yes. So, so the people who have time left are Councilmember Brown and Councilmember Wilson and myself. So if neither one of you want to speak, then I will take my time. Okay?
I did have clarity on
Okay.
the direction, because I know it wasn't, is it actionable, City Clerk, that we're going to be making some sort of motion tonight? Or were we just seeking feedback?
I think we're.
There's no action to vote on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Am I right? City Attorney, it just says provide feedback.
It says provide
No
feedback.
action.
I think it was just to discuss, get your ideas and comments and the status of where it is right now.
It's a receive a presentation on the draft land use plan concept to be used as the basis for the preparation of the draft Hilltop Horizon
Right.
specific plan and provide feedback on the focus questions.
So I just wanted to echo what Councilmember Bonner was mentioning about the opportunity that, I mean, if we're talking about something that's going to be extended into 20, 30 years down the line, and I think a few months or some, since we're all here on the same page, just saying, hey, look, we want to look a little bit closer on this. I think a couple months, if it's not, I mean, the risk of losing the grants and everything, I don't see a problem with that.
Okay. I think we have a bit of confusion here. We're mixing up a development proposal with city planning. To me, what we're looking at is a city planning. We're planning how this property will look. We're not planning a project per se, and that's why we don't have the numbers, because it's only conceptual. And that's what a plan is. The plan is conceptual. A development is something specific. And we're not looking at a development, we're looking at a concept for a development. They're two totally different things. I personally like what the city has come up with. I think we need to look forward, not in the present, because if we base all of our decisions on what is possible now, we will miss out on what is possible in the future. So we need to look forward. What I would like to see in this plan is considering BART or some rapid transit to connect this development to the Contra Costa College to the Richmond BART station. I would like us to consider how to make it a community by combining or connecting this to the lake down below, so that this community can enjoy the amenities that are nearby. So, and you know, as some of the council members have suggested, we need to look at it incrementally, because it's not all just going to come up all at once. It's going to be developed in sections, and we need to look at how, at what makes sense to develop first. We do have a high arena number, and we need to build as much as possible in places where building is plausible. We've considered areas to build up these arena numbers in areas that are not logical. I mean, for instance, Point Melody, we were thinking of building there, but we'd have to put, you know, a fire station, a police station, and then there's egress, exit. You know, I mean, this place has many, many ways to come in and go out compared to Point Melody, and yet we were considering Point Melody. You know, so we need to look at things holistically. We need to look at things in a futuristic way. We need to look at the city as a whole, and we need to dream big. And I believe this project is doing exactly that. So we can't let old ideas hold us back. We need to use our imagination to move forward in a way that benefits all of us. I think I think this is a good idea, and I'm willing to work with people to mold a consensus, to mold a dream that is good for everyone. So, if there are no other comments, I want to thank you for making the presentation and for sharing your ideas with us.
Thank you.
Next item.
All right, our next item is item 03, is to direct the city manager to develop a plan to, 1, revise the current communication protocol after an officer-involved shooting or an in-custody death, 2, modify guidelines for released officer body cam footage, and 3, issue a request for proposal to provide counseling and therapeutic services for families and witnesses directly affected by officer-involved shootings or in-custody deaths. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. We have 7 speakers in person.
Okay, thank you, everybody. I just wanted to quickly talk about some important updates we are looking at to improve how we can handle critical incidents involving law enforcement here in Richmond. The goal is simple. We want to maintain a communication and a good communication to maintain a community trust. and make sure the people affected by these events are supported properly by the city. And some of the things that we are planning to do, like 3 things that we are proposing in these items. One is outdating communication protocols. So we have a timely manner release of information where it's informed the community and what is the process, what is the investigation going to be, and just to have all this information for the families, from the community as well. That we also update our policy on how we release body cam footage. So we want to make sure officer body cam footage is released in a way that's transparent, fair, and aligned with California law, while also being sensitive to the privacy of everyone involved. To do that, this item is planning to update our rules around when and how footage is released. We are looking to build on the current state standard, but also take some steps to make the process more trustworthy for the public. By doing this, we are aiming for a policy that not only complies with the law, but also helps rebuild public trust by showing that we are not trying to hide or spin what really happened in the incidents and let people have that assessment by their own. And third, which is I think like the most important also, is how we are going to support the families. We are focusing on providing emotional and mental health support for the families who are already affected by these events. We are planning to issue an RFP to bring in services like counseling or therapy to help people process what they are being through. All of this is about making sure the public feels informed and supported, and what we are doing everything we can to rebuild trust in law enforcement when something like this magnitude is happening. We want to make sure that we are transparent and showing that to the community, and in each incident we learn what it needs to happen. So thank you, Councilmember Wilson, for supporting this as well.
If I can just add a few more details. So one of the things I want to clarify is that, as Councilmember Jimenez said, the 3 main categories of items that we're proposing, which is press release within 24 hours of an incident of an officer-involved shooting or a death in custody that has some specific bullet points that are made, sort of boilerplate language that's included, which I will go over in a second. Number 2 is that when the city does, in the cases where we do release officer body cam footage, that it is edited and redacted consistent with the law, which is to protect the privacy and the security of all of the people who are on the footage, but has no further editing beyond that and does not seek to make a particular case. And then the third piece is to offer sort of mental health services for people who are either witnesses or family members of the people involved. And the thing I really want to emphasize before, and I will go more over specifics of that press release, is that these actions, we're looking for the press release to go out within 24 hours of the incident, and at which point there will be no results from any investigation. And so I want to make that really clear, that what we want this press release to say is not going to be placing blame on any party, because at the point where this is going to come out, there's going to be no results from any investigation at that point. So what we are really seeking to do is to provide just neutral information that the community can have in order to rebuild trust. Because I think one of the ways that people really trust us as a city is that, and I want them to know, the things that we want to put in this press release really put not just the police department, but the whole city in a really good light, because we do have a robust investigatory procedure. And I don't think people know about that. So anyways, what we want to put into, have as required sort of boilerplate in the press release, is that within 24 hours that the city manager releases a public statement acknowledging the basic details of the incident, which that's already been satisfied. Like, we do have, just if people aren't familiar, the city does have currently policies and has been following those policies, and the way that the city's been describing, the bare details of the events, I think have been fine. But what we want to add to it is language that tells the people who are reading it about the really robust infrastructure of investigation that we have. So we have a CPRC, we have the police department, internal affairs, and we have the district attorney and sometimes the Department of Justice, who are all investigating these incidents. And I think when people know that we as a city, that any sort of severe incident like I just described automatically triggers these investigations, that's something we want to share in every single initial press release about an incident, because that's how you rebuild trust, is that it isn't, oh, the city council said this and the officer union person said that. It's that there's these unbiased professional and community oversight bodies, and we should tell people about that, because that goes a long way towards sort of repairing some of the damage that's inherent in these situations in every case. As Claudia said, we do want the press release also to contain reference to the body-worn footage, either a link to some body-worn footage or just a description of how people have a legal right to access it, and they can do a Public Records Act if they want to ask for the body cam footage. We do want sort of a mention in the press release. I know, especially since we're asking for this to be done within 24 hours of an incident, not much is known at that time, but to sort of give people a sense of generally how long it takes to go through each of these investigations. Because that's another thing I want people to understand, is that you're not going to have an answer after a week or an answer after 2 weeks. And that's hard. It's hard for everybody. It's hard for the officers, it's hard for the family, it's hard for the people involved, the community. But again, if we're open about that, it seems less suspicious. Like right now, I think some people think that we're dragging our feet or evading, and that's not the case. So I want to be transparent about what the timelines are generally in these processes. And then lastly, I think the press release, or what we're proposing, is that the press release really needs to have some details about the services that are available for families or witnesses who have been impacted on this. And some of them, I think, there's resources available through the county, I've been told. I don't know much specifically, but we should detail that in the press release. And then separately, we are also proposing that the city pay for some more robust mental health services for folks. So I'll just stop there, because I have lots more to say about the body cam footage and et cetera, but we'll take questions from here, or we'll take comments and then questions.
Okay. Would the police officers like to add comments, or shall we go to public comment at this point?
We're prepared to talk about what we have done in terms of our communications after officer-involved incidents. It's up to you if you want us to do that first or do public comment.
I'll let you do that first. That way, when we have public comment, they'll have a more informed comment to make.
Okay. Bisa French, Chief of Police of the Richmond Police Department. Tonight I have with me Assistant Chief Simmons, I have our PIO, Donald Patchen, and I have our Crime Prevention Manager, Michelle Milam, who's also going to be speaking here today. And we have a PowerPoint, and if KCRT can pull that up. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to our PIO, Donald Patchen, also my Chief of Staff, to go over our current communication methods.
Afternoon, Council, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Thank you for letting me speak this evening. As the Chief indicated, I'm our Chief of Staff and the Public Information Officer for the Police Department. For the task tonight, I think the easiest way to explain what we do with our current policies is to illustrate it through the past 2 incidents that have happened this year as they've been highlighted. We can jump straight into the incident that occurred on February 4th of this year. For some time frames, again, I'm the Public Information Officer. I prepare the press releases. I work with our media partners. I also run our social media accounts. So when this incident occurred, it occurred at approximately 8:13 p.m. I responded in from home because that's after hours. I got a brief overview of what had occurred with that incident, and we had a social media post out by 10:59. It was not as timely due to the time of day and the location. It wasn't really impacting traffic, so it wasn't a huge hurry to get that out, but we did get that out within a few hours of the incident, alerting to the public that there was something occurring in that area, and we asked them to avoid the area. With that particular incident, we then worked throughout the night, and at 4:06 a.m., we had our press release out. The goal is always to get a press release out as quickly as possible. Our media partners are reaching out to me. They're wanting updates. They're wanting to know what's happening, as well as our community members are wanting to know what's happening. So in general, we start off with a social media post that kind of alerts our media partners that something's going on. They'll generally start reaching out to me at that point, and then we will follow up within a few hours with a press release with the limited information that we're allowed to release at that time. That gives me time to kind of delve into the case, figure out what we can release, what can't we release, and really what are the details, because it's extremely important that I'm getting the correct information out. A lot of that can be unclear in the very beginning stages, so I want to make sure that when I issue a press release that everything is factually correct and it's giving the correct information out to the public. This particular incident, it's going to end there because the investigation was not in-house. This was that Department of Justice investigation, so we weren't able to follow up and do any additional releases on this particular incident. I would then fast forward to the other incident that's occurred this year, and that would be our officer-involved shooting that occurred on August 4th of this year. Again, that incident occurred at approximately 5 o'clock. Again, that's towards the end of our day. I responded in. We had a social media post up by 8 o'clock. Again, it was a little earlier in the evening, so it was a little more relevant to the community members that appeared. So we did note in that social media post that there was an officer-involved shooting. We asked residents to avoid the area. Again, the purpose of this is people are seeing potentially helicopters, a large police presence. We want them to understand there is something going on, and we'll be providing additional information as it becomes available. That's the purpose of getting this initial social media post out. We then followed up with a another social media post, and I had a press release, and I'd already provided news outlet interviews. Really by about 10 o'clock, I had the press release out to our media partners. So the media release was out. The news was already reporting on it. We had media that were on scene. I had already responded out there, provided the information that I was able to, provided interviews for the media partners. I was then able to return to the police department, get it posted on our website by 11:13 that evening. So again, the goal is to really try and get the information out, in essence, as quickly as we can so that the community is informed. I'll let the assistant chief speak to as far as the internal communications that occur within the city in an incident like this.
So in the interest of transparency and really trying to get as much information as we possibly can to the council, because we know you're going to be getting calls from your constituents and from community members and possibly even with each other and the city manager. We do our best to get timely information to you as quick as possible and as often as possible. So this slide kind of shows the course of the emails that I was sending to the entire council, city manager, and the city attorney's office. The first one was on the evening of August 4th, 9:37 p.m., notifying the council and staff of the incident itself. Issued a second email to the same recipients, the council, city manager, and city attorney's office at 2:49 p.m. the next day, with additional information that we had learned up to this point, still trying to keep everybody informed with what we know up until now. A few days of investigative follow-up had occurred. I had more information. August 8th, 5:07, sent a third email, and then August 10th and August 11th followed up with 2 additional for a total of 5 communications. And that 5th and final one, August 11th, was reflective of all of the information that I could publicly share with somebody up until this point, with what I knew and what the police chief knew up until this point in time. And that's when, that's still where we are today, waiting now for the district attorney's office to complete their investigation.
We'll then kind of fast forward to the press conference and our full video release that occurred on August 11th. So basically between August 4th and August 11th, there's a lot of things kind of occurring behind the scenes. We're trying to determine, you know, what are the facts of the case. whenever an incident like this occurs, it triggers the law enforcement fatal incident protocol, which is either going to require the Department of Justice or the Contra Costa District Attorney to come in and they conduct their own independent investigation. So at that point, one of my jobs is to coordinate with them and determine what information can I release to the public that's not going to jeopardize or interfere with the investigation. So I have to work closely with them and their investigators to really evaluate what are you okay with me releasing, what do I have your permission to release before we can get that out. So that's why we need that time to really determine what is releasable, what are the facts. Again, I go back to it's extremely important to me that everything is correct. I don't want to release misinformation or have incorrect facts out there. So it gives us time to kind of vet that information. Again, behind the scenes, there's other things going on. We were going to release body-worn camera footage. We completely recognize that this is distressing. There's family members that are involved. We want to make sure that they were notified. We allowed them to come in, I believe it was either Thursday or Friday, but it was several days before the planned release of the body-worn camera so that they could view it on their own, process it so that they weren't seeing it the first time on the news. At that time, they were provided or offered resources, which we'll speak about later on. So it takes a couple days for all those processes to be completed. In addition, it's extremely, stress, it's extremely time consuming. All of the redactions that are legally required with the body-worn camera footage. We have to redact out addresses. We have to redact out any license plates, any uninvolved people's faces. So depending on the complexity or the location of the incident, that can take many, many hours in order to get those videos redacted and to the point to where we can release them to be in compliance with the state law. Basically, all of that was completed. We were able to consult with, again, the city attorney. We want to make sure that what we're releasing is legally allowed. And at that point, we were able to hold a press conference and release additional information. We contacted our media partners. They came to the press release, or the press conference, I apologize. And at that point, we were able to provide the full unedited videos. Again, an important part of my job, and if you look at any of the other local Bay Area departments or larger departments throughout the state, is as the public information officer, it's providing information but also providing context. Because without the context to the information that you're providing, it can lead to even more confusion or questions than the answers that it provides. So we had a video that I assisted in producing that had the main talking points of the incident, focusing in on what led up to the call, what happened during the call, with the caveat of we realize people want access to the full videos. So at the end of that video, there is references, as noted in the slide, that there's links to the full video and audio files for the public to access. Again, our media partners, again, are always going to want those files so they can do their own investigation and, come to their own determination. So we realize the importance of providing those unedited videos for our community members to access so they can also form their own opinions. Again, the important part of what I do is to provide the context to what you're seeing in those videos. Not everybody's going to have the ability to slow a video down or understand what they're seeing or what's occurring in this video. The other important thing is that although the body cameras are a great tool, they're not going to capture everything, right? There are things that could be occurring outside the purview of the camera that were not captured in that footage that we might need to point out because, again, without that context of what's occurring out of the range of the camera, it might lead to more confusion or questions than the answers that the body camera is able to answer. And again, we've actually been working on revamping the RPD website. We wanted to make sure that the accessibility for these press releases and the news releases were more accessible. They're more prominently displayed. So on the main face page of the Richmond Police Department, that's where you can clearly see that we have our news and press releases there. And all the past incidents where there's been any body camera footage that's been released, whether on our social media platforms or not, that's also where you can access the full unedited videos. So you can click there, The press releases are available for everybody to view, as well as the raw, unedited, I should say, the versions that are legally allowed to be released. The addresses and such are going to be redacted, but the unedited, if you will, versions of the videos for the community members to access. I think we're going to go into. We're going to move into the victim services that we provide with incidents like this.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Michelle Milam. I am not a police officer. I am the crime prevention manager for the city of Richmond, and I'm going to frame my comments around two trajectories. One is about services that we provide in general for victims of crime, and the other one is for families that are impacted by officer-involved shootings, because I think that you would like to have that information to make some decisions about how to offer those services. But before I start, I just want to remind everyone, trauma impacts the brain in ways that we don't completely understand. We had a lot of trauma in this chamber tonight. We have a lot of trauma that goes on in this community. There's trauma that our first responders experience. There's trauma that people who have experienced gun violence experience. And there's trauma that a family experiences when a tragedy like this happens. And I think we need to name that pain, and I think we need to own and acknowledge that it causes pain as a tragedy. And that's where we start being able to figure out how do we as a community move forward and acknowledge the impact of trauma. So when families lose someone, specifically when it happens in an officer-involved shooting, there is a different pathway that we would have, that we would provide resources and referrals than we would provide for other victims of crime. And that is because we understand what trauma-based and trauma-informed strategy means. For those of you who don't understand trauma-informed strategy involves lasting physical, psychological, and mental pain that can be caused by losing a loved one. And we do not want to do anything to re-traumatize a family when the police department is part of the tragedy that occurred. Now, we can talk about what that looks like from an investigatory standpoint, but from a human standpoint, we all feel pain. And I want to take a moment to acknowledge that, because I promised some people outside that I would say that. And I think we need to say that. And I think my colleagues feel that. And I think you need to know that. Victim services. So I'll talk about general services that we provide first. So the Crime Prevention Unit only recently had the capacity to be able to expand our work with the bilingual community, who by and large often are victims of trauma through gun violence. And as a total, I got this information from the district attorney's office. There's a couple of different pathways or trajectories that people can get information and support from the Cal VCB process, which provides resources to those who have been victimized and are victims of crime. One is they could go directly to the district attorney's office. At some point in time, we also had navigators that provided services on site in places like the Family Justice Center. But right now, we have a team of folks at the district attorney's office that we work closely with, who help people fill out the application and the process to see what services they are eligible for after they have experienced that process. But the challenge that we have is we have so many of our folks in the community who have experienced this kind of trauma who cannot get assistance in their native language. And if you know anything about experiencing trauma, you are well aware having to repeat the story over and over and over again re-traumatizes you. And it's very important to be culturally competent and receive these services in your language. We have been fortunate enough to bring on board staff after 10 years that can provide this service. And we have a wonderful crime prevention specialist who has gone above and beyond to provide this service in general for our families. And single-handedly, also with support from our community-based organizations, we've been able to assist 34 additional people, primarily Spanish-speaking, in receiving the services that starts in a process that initiates with the Richmond Police Department, but then transfers over to the district attorney's office in the language they feel most comfortable. And that included 11 children. Next slide. So I want to talk a little bit about the services that are listed here. Housing assistance. Many of our victims of gun violence are experiencing housing instability. Can you imagine losing a family member and not being able to pay rent and not being able to provide basic necessities? That's what a lot of families are experiencing. Hospital and medical support. We have a lot of folks who are undocumented. Because they are undocumented, they don't either know what services are available to them, or there is a fear because of what is going on in our current climate of what services they can receive. Court assistance, burial and memorial assistance is something that's quite common because that is something that's provided through the state process, and also assistance with other needs. Only some of these needs are covered by Cal VCB. So just so we're clear, in the district attorney's process, reimbursements include medical, dental, funeral and burial services, relocation, job retraining, income loss, home security, vehicle modifications. But notice it does not necessarily include things like a pregnant mother who may need a ride to get to some place that she needs to fill out applications. It also doesn't include things like helping and assisting a family that's on the verge of homelessness because now they've lost the only working member of their family and they don't have any stability in the family anymore. Those things are things that we as a unit have tried to provide by collaborating with local partners and agencies and even city departments to provide those resources. One of the major resources we saw last year with our unfortunate spate of gun violence is we saw families who could not ship their bodies of their loved ones back home. And we were fortunate to be able to put together a team of people who helped make that happen because the Cal VCB process can be slow. It's government, it's bureaucracy. It's kind of like insurance, so they check out and see what you're eligible for. And we were fortunate to be able to provide that kind of assistance through the support services that we have. We've also been able to make legal and immigration referrals because many of our folks are undocumented and need that kind of support. And we've been able to get pro bono referrals. So those are some of the additional services outside of the baseline services we get from the DA's office. We don't handle what benefits Cal VCB would provide for those particular clients. They have to make that determination through their process, but we can help them start to fill out that application and get the ball rolling. Next slide.
Excuse me, this is all really wonderful.
I'll be brief, Mayor.
But it's actually off the topic. The topic is on mental health.
I'll speak to the mental health aspect. Thank you for providing me that context. So the mental health process, we do provide mental health referrals and resources. So one of the things that we've seen with many of our families is they've experienced a lack of access to mental health services or knowing where the mental resources are in the community. And so we've been fortunate enough to be able to partner with some of the community-based organizations listed here that provide those services so that they are able to make those connections. There are also services provided through the Cal VCB process through the district attorney's office. In one particular case, I will not mention too many details, we had a family member that actually tried to clean up the aftermath of what happened in a home where there was someone who lost their life due to gun violence. And of course, that person needed mental health resources, but was not aware of how to find them or where to find them. And we were able to work closely with that family to be able to do that. For the specifics of the OIS process, which I'm sure you would like to know about, we were contacted early on in the August month about resources that were needed for a family. And we were able to contact the district attorney's office directly, specifically about that process to see what information they could provide to the family because we felt that that was the most trauma-informed strategy instead of the police department initiating that process. Speaking to the fact if we could have additional outside services, that would be great. We don't have enough mental health resources oftentimes for all of our families, and specifically that resource where families feel comfortable in a transparent process that they have ownership in to receive mental health resources would be highly helpful. So I think that that is something that could increase our ability to be able to serve the community, especially for those who experience that. We were able to make referrals and connect with the district attorney's office, and we also requested those referrals be culturally competent and that those services be offered in the language that was native to that particular family. The Crime Prevention Unit maintains close contact with the district attorney's office. We work closely to be able to provide these services. We want to make sure that everyone gets the services they need, and we don't provide them all. So part of our work in providing those mental health resources is ensuring that we have good and strong partnerships with the community to make referrals. Thank you.
All right.
Last slide.
If you're, are you done now, or?
I'm just wrapping up.
Okay.
All right. So for years, our department has been committed to transparency. In fact, we do our best to provide as much information possible and as quickly as possible because we know that false narratives spread very quickly and we want to avoid that. Despite our best efforts, we know that there's always going to be some people that are willing to put out false narratives to further their own agendas. I'm a little concerned about what's being proposed tonight in this agenda for a couple of reasons. One, the first reason, and it's more personal, is these proposals undermine my authority as a police chief. I am the subject matter expert in my field. I've been a police officer for 28 years and a police chief for 6 years. These proposals indicate that I cannot be trusted to provide information to the community that I've served for 28 years and the community that I also live in. Secondly, I don't know what would be accomplished by having the city manager, rather than the police department, put out a press release. I don't know of any agency in which this is the practice, including cities in which this council tends to follow, like Berkeley, Oakland, and San Francisco. Police departments are the holder of the facts in the incident. Our people are involved. We have the facts of the case. To provide facts to someone else to release would only create delays in communication. We are a 24/7 operation. The city manager's office is not. And it further, there is a further possibility that misinformation can be spread. We all know the game of telephone. You tell somebody one thing and it turns into something else. And just somebody giving information to somebody else just to put out a press release just does not make sense to me. Instead, if there's an issue and there are some recommendations on what should be in a press release, I'm open to those conversations. I've always been open to having conversations with every single member of the city council and the community for that matter. I'm open to the suggestions and would take any suggestions into consideration, but I have not been given that ability to do so in this case. I also recognize that any loss of life, regardless of the circumstances, is tragic. I actually acknowledged this in my press conference that I gave on August 11th. And I called for legislation and conversations around mechanisms to be put in place so that we can avoid these situations from happening in the first place. And that was around mental health crises. I also talked about process during my news conference, and we referenced it in our press release. I have no problem adding that the CPRC will also conduct their own investigation, but the other, a press release can only be so long. We reference the other agencies that do an investigation, like the Contra Costa County District Attorney's Office per the LEAFY protocol, the Law Enforcement Involved Officer Protocol. In regards to the release of body-worn camera footage, I was extremely disappointed to read in a newsletter a statement that implied my department altered the body-worn camera in some way in this case. We take great care to ensure that the releases are fair, transparent, and comply with California law. I recognize that the public has a strong interest in obtaining timely access to information, including audio and video footage as relayed in our policy. At the same time, the individuals in the video also have privacy considerations that we must consider. We carefully balance the two when releasing audio and video and only redact personal identifying information like addresses and phone numbers, and we also provide context for the videos that is in line with industry standards and the law. It is important for us to provide that context because, as I stated before, information, misinformation spreads very quickly and it's very difficult to pull that back. Every department that I know provides context for the release of body-worn camera. Not everybody is used to seeing body-worn camera. It's important that they see the important things in the video. And then we also release the untouched versions of that besides the things that we have to redact by law so people can form their own opinions. Lastly, our office has always connected victims to services, as Michelle Milam just spoke about. We recognize that in certain circumstances, it may not be appropriate for us to make direct contact, as in this case, but we definitely, our homicide sergeant actually asked Michelle to make sure that the district attorney's office was in touch with the family so that services could be provided to the family. A RFP to provide services may be redundant, but it also might help. I don't have an issue with that. But my hope is that we can discuss policies and procedures that acknowledge the impact that officer-related deaths have on our community without unnecessarily villainizing our police department. Thank you.
Public comment now?
Okay, we have 7 speakers, in-person speakers. Speakers are Mark Wasberg, Ty Tran, Alex Kane, Midi Orion, Nicholas Brown, Daniel Sanchez, and our last speaker will be Ben Terrio. Please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the council. Mark Wasberg.
It's no business of the city council to intervene with police work. You have no business nosing in on people because all you're going to do have the city manager spread a bunch of lies because you know you hate the police, you defunded the police, you put the police out of a job. This is the most stupidest thing I ever seen in my entire life. There's no way that they could be able to release a police report within 24 hours. You just hate the cops and you know it. It all started when that idiot Gil McLaughlin got on the city council and the RPA, they're out to destroy the Richmond cops and you know it. This is the most stupidest thing I ever seen in my entire life. Anybody's charged had a knife, have 2 knives charging at me, I wouldn't hesitate to shoot about 4 or 5 bullets in them. I don't care about mental illness or not. You're out there trying to kill somebody. A cop's going to make sure he's going home after his shift because he only has a fraction of a second to determine if he's going to live or die. And you people could give a rat's ass about any cop and you know it. This is stupid. You have no business to interfere with police work. Well, according to like the PD incident, that's different. But all the other rest, you have no business doing anything unless there's a public outcry. So I don't know why you're sticking your stinky brownie nose into somebody else's business where you don't even know what the hell you're even doing. See, that's how stupid you are. You want to talk about mental illness? This is your stupid mayor going to the Middle East, going to an event, talking about killing people, laughing at babies being burned in ovens, take a good look at it. Yeah, you smile, you ugly piece of crap. Hopefully the next year, hopefully we'll put a major dent in the RPA.
Your time is,
Yeah, you wait. Yeah, wipe that smile off your face, bitch.
Ty Tran.
Good evening. I'm Officer Tran, and I stand here for my brothers, Officer Remick and Stocking. They were involved in a justified shooting. They've been cleared by evaluations, remain in good standing, and yet they are still not being allowed back to work. That is not policy, it's politics. And every officer in Richmond sees it. If you can do your job, follow the law, and still be sidelined for political reasons, then no officer in the city is safe from unfair treatment. We are demanding that these officers be returned to duty immediately. Richmond cannot afford to punish officers for doing their jobs lawfully. Thank you.
Alex Kane.
Good evening. My name is Alexander Kane. I'm on the board of directors for the RPOA. I was hoping to address the mayor, but I noticed he has decided to leave, so I'll proceed without him. There's been a lot of comment today and this evening, and it all ties back to the overreach that this council appears to be imposing once again on the police department. We have a staffing emergency. We have a recruiting and retention emergency. And these are some of the reasons why you will continue to have that. You have two officers that acted heroically. Officer Nicholas Remick and Colton Stocking did as they were trained. And not only did they do as they were trained, they did it above perfection. It is a tragic situation anytime a life is lost, especially in a police action. But without their bravery and courage, there likely would have been more individuals that lost their lives. I cannot support any of these recommendations. You have subject matter experts sitting in front of you to our right, and yet they're being disregarded because somebody thinks that they can provide information in a more timely or better way. This is going to continue to have an exodus of Richmond police officers and continue with the vacancies that we have as a recruiting problem trying to hire new officers.
My D. Orion.
Good evening. Good evening, Chief. I just jotted down some notes. I agree with the chief and her staff. They are the professionals. They are the experts in the field. Turning over the reins for public information to the city manager, that's performative. That serves no purpose. The main thing is that you need to take into consideration, everybody needs to take into consideration this first and foremost, when responding to a critical incident and recording that. You having a problem, sir? Is there some sort of medical emergency? Are you choking? Up and down is yes, side to side is no. You know what, I think that you should uncover your face because I want to see your face.
No. Continue.
Anyway, first and foremost, they need to separate fact from emotion. That's how they operate. Everybody has a right to know and everybody has a need to know, but they don't have the need to know right now. That's where the disinformation comes in. That's where they need to sort through that. I support these people. I would cross any threshold with them any time of the day or night. There are times when they are blessed to be able to go home at the end of their shift. And then you go into your shower and you turn the water on. And then you step into that shower fully clothed, in uniform, and you sit down on the floor of the shower. Taking a life is an ugly thing. It's a very ugly thing. It affects everybody. You step into the shower and you sit on the floor, You let the water run over you until the tank is empty. Then you know you've had a bad day. Don't mess with these people. They know what they're doing. God bless them. And you, sir, are an anti-Semite. And you should take down the
Nicholas
terrorist
Brown is our
Palestinian
next
flag
speaker.
outside.
Nicholas Brown?
Hello, Mayor, Council. I didn't prepare any speech. I just wanted to say that I stand with my brothers and sisters in law enforcement. As a new officer, I've enjoyed serving this community. This is the city that my father was born in. This is the city that my grandfather raised my father in and came to this community after serving in the Navy. I love this city. I live in this city. We're just asking for fair treatment, and that's all I have for today. Thank you.
Daniel Sanchez? Daniel Sanchez.
Good evening again, Mayor, City Council. I wanted to take the opportunity to just share with you a little bit about what you and some of your decisions are forcing on our police departments. As you know, I've been here for 26 years. During that time, I had the privilege to work as a robbery homicide detective, which handled some of the investigations when it came to officer-involved shootings. So I've done, over my almost 30 years, at the end of this year will be 30 years of law enforcement, numerous shootings, okay? And in my opinion, those officers did their job, okay? They did their job, and I personally have worked with these officers and seen them risk their lives for this community, chase down armed suspects, and numerous other actions they've taken, okay? They're not out there to try to kill anybody. They're out there to do a job. And for some of the people in the city council to try to portray them in that light and also portray the police department is disgraceful. And you should really ask yourself if you should be in public service, if that's what you're doing to your police department. This community doesn't survive without a police department. It needs its police department. I've seen this community go through a lot of harm and a lot of issues over the years. It cannot survive without a police department. We want the same consideration. I heard the mayor say here, we're one Richmond, right? Well, it seems like we always cater to the outrage. We cater to everybody else, but we don't consider the police officers who go out there and risk their lives every day for your constituents. They need to be considered as well, okay? Their rights need to be considered as well. And when you treat officers, when they go out there on the street, I don't think any of you want the officers to look at your constituents and say, you know what, I'm gonna make a determination here because of my politics and my agenda that you look like a criminal, so I'm gonna treat you like a criminal. You want those officers to act within law, within policy, and with integrity. We would ask the same thing of our city council towards us, okay? These officers want to be investigated by people who have knowledge of the law, of the abilities of the officers, and what the actual facts are. Not outrage, okay? Not political agendas, but actual facts of what's going on. That's what we're
Thank you. Your time has
Thank you for your
expired.
time.
Our last in-person speaker is Ben Terrio, and then we'll move to the online speakers.
Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. There's nothing wrong with providing folks extra resources. That's not something that we're against. What we are against is, again, the politicalization of things, not trusting your subject matter experts, your police department. And again, it's just why? Why is this still happening? It just doesn't make sense, except unless you have an agenda and you just care more about the agenda instead of actual governance and real policy. And that's really, the problem with this whole item, to try to put your hand in and fiddle around and basically make statements and accusations, although I see we've kind of backed off from what was originally put on the agenda. which is good. But ultimately, again, please put faith into your police chief and your command staff. They have done a great job in dealing with this incident, which we've all identified and addressed as a tragedy. But all you've tried to do, some of you, is undermine that. And I think it speaks volumes. And of course, you can drag us out here till, in extra innings and 10 o'clock, as you usually do, which is all, the continual disrespect that is done for the police department, that, they have to come sit out here at the 11th hour because, I don't think you want the community to know some of these things. I think you want to keep it out of the public eye. And that's just going to stop happening. There's going to be more and more things that are pushed into the public face because when they see how you guys really roll, they're going to know. So you need to respect the process, what our subject matter experts do and how they do it. They follow the law. That's all we try to do. No one's hiding anything. No one's concealing anything. And then when you spread that and you push that around, you're doing what you always do, which is you're playing politics. You're not actually doing any governance. Thank you.
Now we'll move to our online speakers. We have 12 speakers.
And the speakers are Dab Janae, Lorraine, Carolina, Carlos Juarez, Annie, Jesus Pedraza, Sarah Cantor, Sab, Emily Ross, Hope Dixon, Raymond Wendell, and Andrew Melendez. Please be prepared to unmute yourself when your name is called. You will each be given up to 2 minutes to speak, and please state your full name for the record. Dab Janae, you may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening again, Mayor Martinez and council members. My name is Dave Janae. I'm a Richmond resident who is in support of this item. I believe that when harm is done to our community members, it is important for our community to have transparency and systems of care. However, I'm really confused. How is the RPD the victims when they are the ones killing community members? How can you in one breath say it's a horrible tragedy, yet call it a justified killing and heroic? Are you serious? No one is waking up and deciding to pick on RPD. They keep killing community members and beating community members for trying to record and then making us feel bad about speaking up. If you could do your job and de-escalate the proper way, because you brought guns to a knife fight. You brought guns to somebody who was in trauma and in a crisis, yet you're the victim because you took their lives. There were so many ways to de-escalate, and it's ridiculous. The city of Richmond can create transparency by developing a better system of communication when it comes to officer-involved shooting or in custody death. It's important for the community to hear hard news from the city itself, no outside publications or entities that we can't trust. I feel like the city has no problem communicating events, surveys in a quick, timely manner. So they should be able to do that when it comes to not justified police shootings, killings, beatings, or what it may be. As a community member, I want to know that I can trust my city to report the good and the bad, along with plans of what is to be done to help community members. I believe all witnesses and families of victims of police brutality deserve support from the city to connect to therapists, and we don't necessarily trust RPD to be that connection. I truly, truly feel like the chief isn't to be trusted to provide that communication, which is why this is even an item in the first place. Thank you for all that you do.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lorraine. You may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm a Richmond resident, and an RPOA member commenting during open forum said, and I quote, "This is about people's lives you're messing with," end quote, referencing the officers who are currently on leave for murdering our beloved community member, Angel Montaño. The actual lives being messed with are the families of the victims. I'm stunned that RPD will not take responsibility by doing the healthiest and safest thing and not allow Stocking and Remick to return to their jobs. How in the world is the community safer by putting them back on the streets? Angel's brother compared RPD to a gang, and I'd say they're worse. The police brutality against not only Montaño and Jose de Jesus Mendez, but also Kwesi Gus, Jose Luis Lopez, Ivan Gutsalenko, and others proves the impunity with which the PD is privileged. To hear them frame themselves as victims when they've done the killing is even worse. Then to hear PD justifying taking chest and head shots because it's safest for the community is appalling. How do they not hear the terrible violence in their words? While their arguments are comprehensible, they certainly are not caring or compassionate, nor are the policies truly safe and just for the community at large. They perpetuate violence and fear instead. Most importantly, RPD needs to be held accountable, and we do not need more cops or contact with cops. We need more funding to connect victims' families and other impacted community members to seek trauma-informed counseling, grief support, and other mental health services. Our youth need resources and orgs like RISE and places to hang out like kids do, so they're not on the streets falling into unhealthy pastimes being targeted by cops. Some in our community need resources to heal and be engaged in legal sectors of the workforce too, not cops to arrest them and make it harder for them to do right. Please, please, please fund our communities, not the cops. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carolina. You may begin.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Good evening. My name is Carolina Avalar, and I'm a proud Richmond resident. I joined my fellow Richmond community members to call for greater oversight in officer-involved shootings and incidents, as well as support for family members who have been affected. Richmond residents deserve public safety and transparency from all public servants, and this includes the police. I add my voice calling for the establishment of clear, timely, and detailed communication guidelines by the city in cases of officer-involved incidents. Clear and transparent communication will allow affected families to better seek support and justice. Furthermore, it is important that these communication guidelines be available in various languages to ensure that all residents of Richmond are being served equally. I also join the demand that the City of Richmond establish clear guidelines for when body cam footage should be released. Within these guidelines, it's important that family members be given priority access to footage, and as well as ensuring that any edits that are made are only done for the protection of family members or ongoing investigations. As mentioned earlier, the residents of Richmond deserve to be supported by their city. And our city has a responsibility to these affected families to connect them to qualified and culturally responsive care. When officer-related shootings tear at the fabric of our community, and this has happened twice in this year alone, allocating funds to counseling and therapeutic services for people most harmed by RPD officers opens the door for healing to begin between the city and our community who this city has sworn to serve and protect. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carlos Juarez. You may begin.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Carlos Juarez. I'm speaking today because Richmond families deserve answers when something terrible happens. This council knows the pattern. 2 men died after forced sedation in 2020 and 2021. Jose Mendez was killed in February, and Angel Montaño was killed in August. In every case, families were left with little or no information, no support, and no justice. Agenda item 03 won't undo the harm, but it is a step in the right direction towards clear communication, body cam rules, and care for families. Richmond can't keep looking away. Please pass agenda item 03 and show that this city values transparency and care. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Annie. You may begin.
Hi, good evening. My name is Annie Pennell, and I'm a Richmond resident, and I'm here to continue demanding for police accountability and transparency. Killing Richmond residents is not public safety, and I'm really sickened to hear so much tonight that this brotherhood of RPD is more important to them than the lives of our community members who need help. We're asking for transparency and accountability and support for people, and talking about messing with people's lives and not referring to the lives who were taken by their brother is just really, it's really hard to hear. And so you ask why we're here again, and that is why we're here again. And so I think if the officers, that they're concerned with accountability and transparency and that'll reduce their job, they need to take a look at the job they're doing. An important aspect of this item to me that I want to highlight is clear guidelines around releasing body cam footage and not allowing the footage to be edited so that it affects the events portrayed. photos and videos are already really a single perspective that's pretty biased and given more objective truth than they can have. So allowing further editing by the police department really takes us even further away from our aim of transparency. Really, all of the aspects of this agenda item are so straightforward, just requests for communication, protocol, and they shouldn't need so much debate. Again, as a resident, I urge you to support this item, and I want to thank our city council members and our mayor for their service. I know you've heard a lot of the same talking points tonight around you not listening to or representing your constituents, but I want to affirm that you are doing that. And I want these opponents to hear that you are listening to the citizens of Richmond, and I thank you for continuing to push through that vile rhetoric and the really targeted disinformation and continuing to seek ways to truly improve public safety in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jesus Pedraza. You may begin.
Evening again. I didn't prepare anything for the segments that I'm speaking on today. I'm mostly speaking from the heart and in response to what I've heard so far. And honestly, it's sickening to hear that the death of my brother is heroic to you all. The people that are supposed to protect us, the people that we're supposed to feel safe around. It's a heroic act to take his life, right? It's a heroic act to cut the footage at the first shot and never once mention how many shots were actually fired. Uh, if you're not afraid to be transparent, and this is going directly to the chief of police, you feel like a personal attack that you can't like provide transparency, just do it. Uh, it shouldn't have been that hard. We got here because it wasn't done. I feel ashamed at the police department because of what's been done so far. Uh, you know there's more to that footage. I know there's more to that footage. I know the full story. There was no word of how many bullets were shot, how many shells you collected. I don't even know if you all know that. You want to separate fact from emotion. I realize I'm a biased person in this situation, but facts are facts, and if you're hiding all of the facts, you're only giving what's convenient to you, what's going to make you look a little better in the public eye. Then that's also using your emotion to protect your brotherhood, the gang that has always been against our people. I drive down the street, and every time I see a police officer, I'm scared. I wonder, am I going to get dragged out of my car again? Is this the time that a police officer is going to shoot me? So I urge you all, city council, you are listening to your constituents when we ask you to pass these types of proposals. We're scared of the police, but we want to bridge that gap. And realistically, at this point, it just feels like you all want to tear further away from us. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sarah Cantor. You may begin.
Hi, thank you so much. This is Sarah Cantor, Richmond resident. I'm calling in support of this item. I wanted to kind of name a few things that I thought were a little strange in tonight's discussion. First, a reminder that the police department answers to the city council. The police department is a department within the city, which is overseen by the city manager, who is overseen by the city council. The idea that city council is overreaching by looking into the workings of the police department is just a really bizarre claim. And I also want to, again, stress the political nature of everything that is happening tonight. Nothing in this item explicitly attacks the police. For the police chief to say that she experiences this request for additional transparency and support for victims as a personal attack on her authority is doesn't make any sense. Anybody who wants to provide transparency and services to the community should be grateful for a clear mandate from the city about what's happening. That being said, I'm appreciative of what I heard from the police about efforts that are currently taking place, and I see all of the items that are suggested in this item as being complements to what the police currently does. It's great that y'all are able to get out a press release right away. That doesn't mean that the city can't then issue another one that talks more about resources.
Thank you. Your time has expired. The next speaker is Sab. You may begin.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, good evening, council members. Thanks for having us. My name is Sabrina Socorro. I live in Richmond. I would first like to say in response to some in-person speakers tonight that nowhere in this item does it say that the investigative teams who investigate these situations and officers would change. Nowhere does it say that the city manager would be pulling a story out of her hat for the press release. She would still likely be in communication with RPD to get the details for the press release. And nowhere does it state anything about taking anything away from the officers, nor does it mention Officer Remick in a situation. What it does propose is for the city manager to be the face for the community to look to for facts. And what I picked up from the extensive presentation by RPD was a bit of defensiveness and desire to make clear that they are on it when it comes to communications post-officer related tragedies in the community, and that they do, in partnership with the DA, provide services to those affected by their negligence on the job. I also heard the chief say that she is personally offended, which admits a lot of egos present in the room right now, and I'd like to invite everyone to set their egos aside and listen closely to the purpose of this proposal. I'm hearing a lot of speakers defending the trustworthiness of the Richmond Police Department, and I'm so glad that some of you feel that full trust. But that's not the case for a high number of other community members, and so this proposal is a step towards building that trust. The chief also stated that she does not understand what the purpose would be for the city manager to put out the press release when they already do it. Like, what's the difference? And I want to try to help you understand by asking. If someone pushed your brother, your father, your uncle's son out in front of the train, would you trust them or their best friend to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Would you feel trusting and comfortable in receiving a business card of a therapist from them so that they can help you grieve your loss? Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Emily Ross. Emily, you may begin.
Good evening, council and community. Emily Ross. I'm a Richmond resident. Also calling in support of this item. Yeah, and a lot of people have spoken, so maybe I don't need to, but like, I guess like seeing this laid out, seeing the way it was presented by the sponsors, what it intends to do, it's like a really reasonable proposal that seems sort of necessary and improving on current practices that were laid out in the staff presentation. Staff presentation indicated wanting more capacity for victim services, wanting to be transparent. It seems like the RPD goals that were listed, those 3 goals were aligned perfectly with the item outcomes. There was a little bit of, pushback procedurally, but it seemed like something that staff is behind. Some of those comments were atrocious. Other people have uplifted them, so I won't. But yeah, just centering the people responsible for the murder of a human being was like really just like jarring and stunning. And I just wanted to name like how intense that was to hear. So yeah, I hope that when an employee of our city murders a community member, or if somebody dies in police custody, that we be responsive, proactive, transparent, like loving if possible, intending to the community in various ways that are needed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Hope Dixon. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Hope Dixon, and I am a Richmond resident. I want to be really, really honest and transparent that today I was too intimidated to come in person to the city council meeting. That space was not safe for me. That when there was a recess and the screen blurred, I was afraid for the disruptive protesters, and I put that in quotes, because I was scared something was happening. I was scared of an overreaction. I was scared of the worst case scenario. That is the reality of the community of Richmond. I want the presentation that was presented this evening by our chief of police, because there's been a conversation about how late we are here this evening. But as our mayor so eloquently spoke, this was not the presentation we requested for or wanted. It was just given to us. But what I want to say about that presentation is 911 is not who you call to get the resources that were presented on that thing. It is 211. 211 does not connect to the police, but it does connect to GRIP, which is in Richmond, Bay Area Rescue, Contra Costa Justice Center, SOS Richmond. 40% of our city budget goes to Richmond Police. And so I'm just asking, like, what level of support is our police looking for? Like, because we're giving them a lot. We're looking for something back. I'm looking for some hope and help and community and transparency back. I really agree with all these recommendations. They are incredibly reasonable. I want to echo every single person who has gone before me. They have said such beautiful, eloquent words. And I want to thank you all for being here this late evening and for taking this seriously and taking our community safety seriously. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a good evening.
Thank you. The next speaker is Raymond Wendell. You may begin.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Raymond Wendell. I'm a San Pablo resident with close Richmond ties, and I support Agenda Item 03. This agenda item is honestly a no-brainer. When a member of this community is killed or shot by a Richmond police officer, the city needs to make a strong showing of support for them and their loved ones, and it needs to provide unbiased information about the incident itself and the investigation process that ensues to the fullest extent allowed by law, and anything short of that is unacceptable. The police officers who have spoken out against this agenda item are telling on themselves. What the agenda item is calling for is that a neutral representative of the city inform the public about the basic details of a critical incident. This seems almost too obvious to explain, but the police department has a vested interest in preempting against the possibility of wrongdoing. And the agenda item also says that body cam footage can be redacted, but not in any way that interferes with a viewer's ability to understand what happened, unlike the footage of Mr. Montaño's killing. Who would interpret that as slanted against them? It could only be someone who's afraid that the plain, unadulterated truth is going to incriminate them. Listening to how police officers tonight have described the actions of the officers who killed Angel Montaño should demonstrate why communications need to be taken out of the police department's hands. To describe those actions as heroic and beyond perfection is, as other commenters have stated, sickening. And I think the community should be frightened by the police union's strong reaction against the modest increase in transparency that this agenda item represents. Council members, if you were not already sold on this agenda item, I hope that hearing officers resist a neutral press release.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Andrew Melendez. You may begin.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Andrew Melendez. I'm a lifelong Richmond resident, and I want to speak in full support of Agenda Item 03. I think it's clear to all of us that in moments of crisis, community members and families need to be met with care. And what we've seen throughout this year in these two recent tragic killings of community members by RPD officers is that care is not being provided. When someone is killed by officers, the last thing that these families need is for that same department responsible for their death to be the primary contact for information and next steps. Just like how the CCRP program, right, is working to provide secondary alternative response for residents in moments of that crisis, I think that there needs to be, right, that independent communication that is centered on truth and allows for our community to get the most accurate information possible and not the highly edited videos, right, that we've seen that perpetuate these police narratives. And this independence is needed even more right? When families seek counseling and they seek support for the immense trauma that they've undergone. Again, this agenda item, right, is about providing that long-term healing. And I'm so troubled to read this afternoon that instead of supporting this item and understanding that need for care, the Richmond Police Officers Association decided to take a stance that transparency and healing is not a priority in Richmond. And this is even more clear now that we've learned that the RPOA is actively trying to reinstate the 2 officers who are still under investigation for what happened earlier this year. So I hope the City Council today will understand how important it is for us as a community to value care and value connection and transparency, because that is exactly what this item will do. It'll ensure that when these tragedies occur, families are going to receive the unbiased, necessary information and the necessary care that they need. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Off. I'm sorry. I have some comments on some okay. Bana?
Thank you for the presentation. I really appreciate it. I just wanted to personally thank our police chief. I did attend that press conference because I was shaken by the news. It was very tragic. And I learned from what you told the reporters at the conference that mental health is a big problem, and it shouldn't have been, police officers with guns attending. There should have been other research, whatever it was. So I followed up with Senator Jesse Oregon's office, who is the chair of Public Safety Committee at California Senate. And I'm following up with their office, proposing some solution, because there seems to be a systemic problem here. If every police officer comes here and says they did the right thing, it means they did by the book. There is nothing personal. And maybe there's something wrong with the book that needs to be fixed. I don't know what it is. I don't have the knowledge. There may be a solution. There may not be a solution. I don't know. But it's definitely worth exploring, and we have to do that. And I also wanted to, I thank all of you for the service and the information and everything, but especially Michelle, who's the Wikipedia in the city for all the victims of, gender-based violence, all sorts of violence, the homelessness, everything that happens, Michelle's there, has a solution. I mean, knows all the ropes and everything. I really appreciate that. And thank you for all the information and all the services that you provide and your office provides. It's greatly appreciated. So if I understand, first of all, I'm surprised that my colleagues did not consult with you about the services that already exist before bringing this item. But it was good in a way, so we learned about all the services that you provide. It seems to me that there is an assumption that if you don't provide a press release and the city manager provides it, it's neutral. But I cannot imagine the city manager writing something without your help. So if she's required to provide that, I'm sure she's going to call you and say, I need it within 24 hours and just provide it to me, because she doesn't have the, just like medical malpractice, if something goes wrong, it's not the head of the hospital that provides a report. It's the doctor that did the surgery that writes the medical report. So, and all the terminology and details. So I understand the process, judiciary process and investigation has to be unbiased and neutral, but I don't understand how the press release could be neutral. Maybe we can ask the city attorney to look over the press release to make sure it's not biased. I just have some quick questions about redacting. Is it done by RPD or is it outsourced? And is there law on what should be redacted, or is common sense?
So the answer is it's been done 2 ways. We've done some redaction because it's very costly to have it outsourced, which is what we have done in the past. But we also got some negative feedback on having it done by a third party that narrates the video. We've received negative feedback from the council, not necessarily this council, but previous councils, about having a narrated video. So we've tried to reduce that and just put the necessary context so people understand the video. And so this last one we did do in-house.
So what is it that you're supposed to eliminate? Do you decide, or there is a book you go by, like scenes of extreme violence or people's identity, or who makes that decision?
So there's California law that kind of dictates how we release body-worn camera footage. So what we do redact is addresses, phone numbers, faces of certain people, witnesses, bystanders, things like that. So there's kind of guidelines that we follow for that. And it was, the guidelines, I think, were put together. I can't remember if it was the SB 1421 releases. Maybe the city attorney's office can assist with that. AB 748.
So you go strictly by the rules, what to redact?
Yes, and if you read other jurisdictions' policies also, all of them say that the videos will be released in context. Because you,
Just point of order, like, as a person who brought the motion, will I get a chance to answer the question?
I'll be more than happy to hear your side.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, a couple of things is that, just to be clear, because I think there have been some misstatements tonight, is that the proposal we're bringing in terms of the redaction, we do expect, it's not even a choice, like the police department does have to do the legally mandated redactions of SB 748, which includes the things of faces and addresses of the officers and the other folks involved. So that's one just sort of I think misstatement that's been said. Another thing that I wanted to address is the idea that that as the authors of this piece, that we didn't meet with staff or didn't learn about what services were provided. My understanding, and I can be corrected, is that Chief French is kind of on not on leave, but has sent a communication to the city council a couple weeks back explaining circumstances in which she's not as available as usual. And so all of my questions have been directed to Assistant Chief Simmons, and I did meet with Assistant Chief Simmons, and I met with City Manager Curl, and I met with Shannon Moore, and I met with Kimberly, and I did lay out what I was looking for. Everything that is in this proposal was said, and very reasonably, they didn't do it because I don't give them orders, And so the reason that I brought it back to City Council is that it was clear that just, and again, I'm not mad about this. It's appropriate for them to hear my opinion and not act on it because I'm not individually their boss. So that's, again, just like, I want to push back a little bit on the idea that I snuck this on the agenda rather than have conversations, because I don't think that's right.
Thank you. I'm confused about the video. So what is it that you're proposing?
Okay, so and as some of the callers said it, you said it more eloquently than maybe I have, is that there's certainly certain legal mandated redactions, and we're all on the same page that those should happen. We have been counseled by our city attorneys not to speak directly about cases that are under pending litigation. So I am not going to talk about a specific video, but I will just say hypothetically, and I think it's consistent with ways in edits that I have seen, is that beyond those legally mandated redactions, for instance, in 2 minutes of the video, there might be about 10 separate cuts, which means that there's cutting between which camera is shown. There's decisions being made about what to show and what not to show. There's text that goes up on the screen. Context is the word that keeps getting used. And so and I just want to make sure, because this is one of the points where I think there is a real conflict between what I'm proposing and what I hear from the department. Some of these other things I don't think we're that far apart on, but I am saying that I don't want the information officer or the chief or the president of the police union or anybody or me or you in there putting context, because one person's context is one person's perspective. And if we're not going to go out and get what's the context of the witnesses, what's the context of the family members, we're not going to get that. We shouldn't. And if we're going to not, if we're only going to choose one context, and that's of the police management, then we're spinning it. And what we're doing then is creating a story and narrative that tends to try to exonerate the police officers. And I really want to say this, I keep saying it, I don't know if anyone's hearing it, but I'll just keep saying it, is that I believe in the investigations. I think that we need to withhold our perspectives, spins, context, and let the investigators come back and tell me. So I'll stop.
So do you expect to receive Officer A's full body cam than Officer B's? Because to me, that context meant that I understand chronology, how things are proceeding.
Well, one thing, and again, to sort of give credit where credit's due, they know how to release videos without context because they did. There's the one video that I object to with all the arrows and circles and slow motion and narration. I didn't like that video. But the other ones that they put on, there were just body cam video with blurred faces and blurred addresses. And one of the things I want to also push back on is the idea that people won't understand it if the police department doesn't choose to which details to draw attention to, which I think is inherently biased and unfair, is this might be a generational thing too, is that people these days are so used to seeing videos and they're so used to watching things and making their own decisions from raw video that I think we're sort of doing a little bit of a disservice to the community to say, you won't understand it unless the chief or somebody puts an arrow to the thing she thinks you should pay attention to. Where I just don't think that I don't think it's fair to do it, and I don't think we need to do it.
And can I add something? So I think by taking that context, it's also we are taking that pressure from the police because the community will say, oh, the police say this. Mm-hmm. So what we are trying to do is that if we release these videos with just what the California law said, because we had to be following that and not put any officer know the victim's information, but then is more what is happening and let the residents to make their own assumptions. Then it takes a lot of pressure from the police because the community is not going to say, oh, but look at they put these things to appear that the bad guy was that person. So it's taking that out of that video and out of the information, so people can make their own assumptions and not kind of point it out, oh, is that they did it like that. So I just feel like what we are trying to create here, some policy guidelines to take the pressure from the police department. So, and kind of and I finish with this, to create a template that is going to be used for all of these, that is really clear about information that we are going to do. And every single incident is going to have that guidelines. Instead of maybe, because it may be that one can be redacted different and other can be redacted different, and then you have all of these things that maybe it can be used for misinterpretation. So I think what we are trying to create here is just learning from what is happening, creating procedures that allow all of us to be consistent and to just kind of make sure that the community trusts that there is a process and trust what is going to happen and trust that we are not hiding or not viewing the information in a way. And finally, I am going to say, this is really hard. It's people's life. People like that we are talking here, family members that are really kind of impacted by this. This is not making politics, but it's making policies. And this is what I got elected for. When things happen that are really hard in my community, I think like I have to do, to step up into the leadership to make sure that we are responding to the needs of the moment. Thank you.
So to make sure I understand what you are saying, both of you, is that you don't object to redactions, you just oppose the editing.
We don't oppose to the legally required redaction. So if you look, and I'm not sure if we linked to it or, but that there's, it is California Government Code 7923.625 lays out specifically the condition, what can be redacted and why. And it's basically identifying, people have privacy rights, the officers and the people who are involved. And so you can't show where they live, you can't show their faces, you can't show their names, you can't show their badges. And so that sort of redaction would be, that's the sort of redaction that, not only are we allowing it, it's mandatory. So we look forward to seeing it.
Okay, thank you. Just a second. And so you really think that the city manager could provide a press release without receiving a copy from the police department?
Oh, no, I have, again, another misconception. I would fully expect and hope that she would be working closely, the person in that role would be working closely with the police in crafting that press release.
And what do you expect the city manager to add to that?
A little bit of distance.
Okay, hard for me to understand, but.
Do you want to explain, like, why the city manager and not the police stuff?
I think like what we are trying to say is that, and I think like you hear it from some of the members in the community, is that like we are talking here of critical incidents where the community, somebody has been lost their lives by the hands of the police, and having a neutral party to have that information instead of just the police is what is important here. Like I think like, as we said, like if the police is the one who is making, and I am not saying that the police is not going to be not allowed to do that, but I think like having a neutral party, could be the city manager, it could be the mayor, that can, or the city manager.
Do you really think it's feasible that the city manager makes a press release about something that the police did? I mean, I just cannot imagine it happening. I understand what you're saying in terms of the possible bias. I can understand that the press release should go, for example, to the city attorney to make sure there's no bias in it.
Exactly.
But having the city manager draft it, it's impossible. I mean, does it make sense? Maybe we should ask the city manager, is it feasible?
Well, the issue is that the chief of police doesn't report to the city attorney. So if there is a perception or a question about what is contained in the press release, then the chief, that there's not a recourse in the org structure. So that's one issue. So my concern here is that whatever the city council policy direction is, obviously we will do our best to implement it. And I think it will be helpful for us to continue to hear the discussion this evening. I trust the police chief, and I feel that she's done a good job serving our community. And I recognize that this is a really hard situation. And I am also very thoughtful about how responsive we are to residents and that they do have a 24-hour operation. I try to be 24-hour operation and responsive to you all, but I'm not. So I think that's just something that you have to weigh in the policy request here.
And if I could, what I understood was being said, it would still be okay for the police department to generate a statement. It's just the city manager would read it before it is finalized and could edit it or change it.
Yes.
Okay. I just have one more quick question. Do police officers also have access to mental health? Because they must be traumatized after such incidents too.
They are. This impacts our entire department, not just police officers, but other staff too. We do have psychological services contract that we allow our staff, not just police officers, but all of our staff to access. We have peer support. We have some things in place for our officers, and before officers that are involved in these situations can come back to work, it is mandated that they see a doctor, a psychologist, to clear them to come back to work.
I just like to also add that in instances where I have requested that the police department run something by me before they post it or before they distribute it. For example, some of the email communications that you all received, that is the chain of command and what they do. It depends on what my availability is because I didn't want information to be delayed. So if that has been my request, if I say, oh, chief, I would like to look at something, or assistant chief, I'd like to look at something before you distribute it, that is what they've done. So I think that there's an assumption that that's not what's happening. It has happened if I've requested it, or in some instances they ask me. It depends on the time of day.
Thank you. And I've learned about.
Go ahead, finish. Yeah, go ahead.
From my work on gun violence and Richmond Task Force to End Gender-Based Violence, that the police department, both police chief and Michelle are deeply involved, in addition to some other officers and detectives, with violence and emphasize the need for mental health in the city. And you both said that it's really needed, affirmed the need for mental health, but do you think it's just needed for current victims' families or in general in the city for all the victims' families in the past? At what scale should it be addressed?
I think it's needed for everybody. I mean, we have traumatic situations in this city on a daily basis, and we have community members that are affected on a daily basis. And so I would say there needs to be access for everyone.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Robinson?
Excuse me, Mayor. At 11 o'clock, we're going to need to extend the meeting.
Okay.
Do we want to do it now?
I move to suspend the rules.
So at 11:30, we suspend the rules. So
okay.
we can extend to 11:30.
Okay, then I make a motion to extend
I
to
second that.
11:30.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Ready?
So I'm gonna try to wade into this. What I'm hearing tonight is that on most things that are presented here, we actually have agreement. From people who came up and spoke, from what you presented tonight. In effect, without a policy, it seems, from what's been presented, that we, as a city, as a department, are already getting the first press release out within the 24 hours of an incident. Like, that's already happening. It's not, I don't believe, a formal policy, but it's functionally happening. Am I correct about that? Yeah. So there's agreement on that piece. Like, that's not divergent, right? Also, it sounded like the kind of additional things that were presented to be included in the initial press release that outlined the different types or bodies that would be investigating an incident you know, I can't remember all of the acronyms at the moment. It's late. Was also not, that was not objectionable. You know, it's just true that there are going to be these different agencies that have different roles depending on the nature of the incident, and that it's good to share that information with people in a press release, in a press conference, so that more than the city council and the police know what exactly is going on behind the scenes when there isn't information being communicated. It's good for people to know that these are the things that are happening. So I feel like there was not any divergence there. Where we seem to like kind of have something new, and I think I'm hearing this in your proposal, is that, unless I heard it wrong, it sounds like you also want a regular communication schedule, so that as an incident, you know, there's the incident, and then that incident continues as all these investigations are going on for who knows, you know, different amounts of time. And that what the request is from the community is that there's some kind of a regular minimum schedule of check-ins, so that even if there's nothing new to report, just that these investigations are continuing, that the community can say that they're going to report by this date. They have to. And, you know, maybe the thing is that, you know, the investigation continues, no information, or maybe there is new information, and then it could be out there and available. I don't think that's objectionable to people. Yes, no? Yeah, not objectionable. So all of these things, there's convergence, there's agreement, right? So it feels like those are good. The hard things are the video camera, the body-worn camera footage, and who it is that is the face of this and who is communicating it. When it comes to the body footage, from my perspective, I feel like I would like to be able to have more time to talk that one through and figure out what exactly it is. How do we get something that, because what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say I think there's a difference between context and interpretation. And I think it's when you get into the realm of interpretation where you lose trust. And I feel like that is something that I would personally like to see, if there could be some discussion and collaboration on how do we get to a place where there's agreement on what that looks like. Yeah, that's that. And then the last piece is this space of the communications. I don't know if everyone's going to really understand this, but I really heard Chief French when you said that you have 2 decades plus of experience. You're the expert matter and could present the information, have been presenting information. I'm not an expert on who gives police information, but from my little bit of life experience, when there's a shooting in various jurisdictions, it's usually the police chief that's doing that, with support from political figures and whatnot. So it does feel not quite right to have it go somewhere else. I feel like adding content so that people have information, adding schedule so that they can rely on getting information on at a regular cadence, negotiating out what this video thing is so that we have honest context and not additional content through edits. And somebody who has a background in video editing, I know the power of video editing and, you know, annotation and how that can push people in various directions. And so I guess And then one last kind of point I wanted to put out there is that, you know, we say we want a non-biased person to be the face of this, but I'm like, who is that? Because the city manager has a job to protect the interests of the city. She does. So she's going to have a similar interest thinking about potential legal cases, thinking about all these things as other folks. I think that I would really like to see us figure out how we can put the other pieces in place and work on building trust and let the subject matter experts do their job. But with those other things in place, right? With this regular cadence, with the additional information. And I also just finally want to say that I also think that making sure that everyone who could be traumatized by an instance, I'm not sure if it's only the victims of crime or also the families of suspects, but making sure there's mental health services, I'm in support of that as well. So I feel like we can find a way forward here, but we have to be courageous and we have to figure out, you know, what it is that we really need. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you. Thank you for the slides tonight. I just can't begin to understand what the deceased family members are experiencing, especially sitting through this meeting. So again, my condolences are extended to the family. But the most insulting thing that I've heard tonight during this item in particular was that wanting the city manager to be the face because many of you can't stand the sight of law enforcement officers. I think that's not our problem. And those who do have that problem should check their own biases. I think that we also can achieve the insight about the oversight bodies being included in the releases. So I feel that transferring communications tasks from RPD to the city manager is completely just redundant because she's going to receive the exact same information to deliver it. So I think that portion should go untouched and should stay with the subject matter experts. I can only imagine in a public meeting where the city manager has to release this statement and she's there and all of these news cameras are asking her questions that she may have to then turn to the chief or someone else and ask for the answers. Also, the footage. Are we in compliance with AB 748? Okay, and so as mentioned, in addition to the raw and unedited footage, we're also providing that narrated version. Is that narrated version necessary? Does it have to go out?
Well, that's per our policy. It says that we will provide videos with context. And I know
Yes.
that we don't always, not everybody likes that word context, but it does say with context. And most other jurisdictions' policies also say that. And the context is because you can't see everything in a video. So, for example, there's audio that dispatch is putting out that isn't going to be shown on the body-worn camera, and the audio informs some of the decisions and actions of the officers. And so that's why we put some narrations about what the officers are hearing. It's not stuff that's made up, it's actual factual information that we're providing to put things in context. At this point, they're hearing that they get this information from a dispatcher, because you're not going to hear it on a body-worn camera, and these are their actions from that. And so we're not making up any information, we're just putting together the full picture.
In addition to the raw and unedited version being available as well.
Correct.
Okay, so
yes.
I don't see a need
And we
to-
released them both at the same time.
Right. So I don't see the need for that portion either. As far as the mental health piece, as Ms. Mila mentioned, I feel that, yes, we do have services that exist, but if I was a family member impacted, would I want services
From the
given to
police
me from the same people who traumatized me? The likelihood, maybe not. So I'm all for more services. That's
are
the
we.
only piece that I could really even understand of it being like rational at this point. So thank you.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for having this conversation so early, and it's 5 o'clock somewhere, right? But hopefully not yet. Thank you for your 27, 28 years of service, first off, Chief. Thank you for that, and for your knowledge and for your partnership, not just as a council member, but as a human being. And I've shared that when I've heard you were retiring and moving on. So just want to put that out there. But so it sounds like a lot of these we are already doing. And some of them we have in writing, and some of them we don't have in writing, but you were doing above and beyond what was already in writing. Am I understanding that correctly? So we don't have on there release within 24 hours, but you were striving to do so.
That's correct.
So you, in essence, were doing what this item speaks to even before somebody else thought about it.
Correct.
Because you care that much about the community, you want to make sure that you're being transparent and being out there in the community.
That's
So,
correct.
Thank you. So the footage, I got the opportunity to see both. I saw the first redacted video, and then I was one of the couple of council members that went in and saw the full video. And that wasn't in the timeline of communication, because I felt that was a piece of communication, right? Above emails, that was a communication where we went to go see the video, so that we could be prepared as well, and that we could see the whole picture. So that it's important to get out there. And Michelle, thank you for providing the list of the mental health services. You are a rock star and beyond. And I know that my colleagues were saying you got out of topic, but you didn't. You were 100% on topic, because if we understand mental health services, it's not just talking to a human, but it's understanding everything else that happens. And one of the things you mentioned in there is repatriation. So if you have to move a body, it doesn't matter what body, to another country, that helps with your mental health. So you were doing 360. So thank you for that, because you understand what's out there. So I also feel that in here is not something that we need to just continue adding. I think there's always an opportunity to add more, so that I'm open to seeing how and how it gets delivered. But we have to make sure that we understand mental health services, because that was a great list. And I don't know that everybody understood that. And I don't know that everybody understands what it is. And we should also be providing mental health services, not just to those that are impacted by the police department, but because we have a lot more crimes that happen to a lot more people, unfortunately, every single day. And this agenda item doesn't speak to those individuals. Richmond was the #1 crime city in the country many years ago. Those individuals could have all used mental health services. Luckily, today, we're no longer anywhere on that list, but we still have a high crime rate. Those individuals should be receiving. So if we're going to be opening up to further discuss mental health services for the community and what they need when they are a victim of a crime, it should include everybody. And hopefully when this motion is made, that we're looking to include everyone, because it should be, if we're really wanting to take care of our community, we should be looking at every single person out there that is going to need those services. And it's not just the individuals that might have been affected by the police department or the fire department or public works, doesn't matter. Every single person that is affected by a crime should be able to receive those services. To Mr. Patchen, you mentioned in regards to the press release, you try to do it as quickly as possible. And that's the usual. How quickly can you do them?
Again, it's going to take me time to get a full grasp of what occurred, verify the information that's there, and then again, just time at my desk and getting it out. The goal is to get it out as soon as possible. Frankly, I see a delay in how this is written. It wouldn't come out as fast. Again, if you look at the last two, there's one set out at 4 in the morning. There's one set out later in the evening. That, as this is proposed, that wouldn't have happened till way later because we would have to consult with the city manager. This gives me, currently I have the autonomy to work with the chief and get it out there to the media and to the public as soon as possible. Again, the goal is always within hours of the incident as soon as I can, but definitely I would say within 12 hours, if not more, again, as soon as I can. I'm not going home until a press release is out, in essence. I mean, that day at 4 o'clock in the morning, I had worked that day. I was not going home until the press release was out because we have media partners who are looking for information and our community needs the information. So in general, I'm not going to go home until the release is out.
And it looks like from the presentation you had, within a couple of days, the full unredacted video was online.
Correct. So the incident happened on the 4th. By that Monday, the 11th, we had received approval from the district attorney. We then had to go through the process of doing the legally required redactions, and then we were able to have the press conference and release it all, I believe it was 6 days later. So the 11th is when everything was released at the same time.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you for your service. My time's up. Thank you.
Yes, I'd like to correct a statement that you made, which was that all the services that were mentioned, they don't, the agenda report is on communication to the public and counseling for families and witnesses of officer-involved shootings of an in-custody death. So all those services don't relate to that. And, you know.
They do. In a holistic view, they do.
They do. Mental health services is.
Well, can I just clarify, since it's our item, can I just clarify? So the reason I was having sort of a reaction to the presentation about crime victim services, which I'm glad that we have, so the county has robust crime victim services, but I'm really shocked that that police management would be directing people who are involved in an officer-involved shooting to crime victim services, because in advance of an investigation, they are not crime victims. And I think that, again, is a really important distinction to maintain, that they should not be fed into the crime victim services. We should have, you know, sort of services provided for them, which is completely neutral on the concept of whether there was a crime committed against that person. And so that's what I was reacting to. It's not that it's not, and I'm sorry if I appeared impatient, but it was because I felt like I was getting a presentation on crime victim services, which I'm explicitly saying that people who are involved with an officer-involved shooting as a witness or a family member or an in-custody death should not be sent to crime victim services. They should have their own kind of neutral, not drawing conclusions about what happened, because this is going to be in advance of an investigation. Sorry to jump in. But
if you don't mind, just for clarification purposes, part of the reason why specifically within the last case, we redirected it to the district attorney's office. We take it on a case-by-case basis, but part of the reason that we do that is if that individual family is eligible for any of those services, they can be eligible. Normally, we would provide exactly what you just mentioned, which is other wraparound services. but in an effort not to re-traumatize a family by having the police department, who in this case caused harm, to pick up the phone and contact that family directly when they already had, there might be a language barrier. We really wanted to be more thoughtful about how we did that. So I think having additional services are definitely helpful that are perceived as neutral and transparent, that people feel comfortable being able to accept. And having that offer be able to be something that we could extend would be helpful, as well as having a process outlined.
Am I on the agenda? For,
Yeah,
okay.
go ahead.
So just a couple things. I've been trying to behave and hold my tongue. So I want to push back on the idea that I can't stand the sight of police officers, and that's why I don't want the press release to come from the police department. Again, like I'm really struggling to make myself clear. I'm sure that's my bad communication skills, but the reason that I want that separation is because when we are talking about an officer-involved shooting or a death in custody, one of the critical parties involved is our police officers. And so to me, it just seems more reassuring to community members to then hand off the communication about that to any other department, again, pending investigation, because it's going to appear biased if it comes from the police department. The second thing I want to say, the thing I regret in this is that I've inadvertently communicated the idea that I don't respect Chief French's authority and expertise, and that's been said multiple times. And because I try not to interrupt, I haven't jumped up to scream. I absolutely respect your authority and your subject matter expertise. Again, I've explained why I hadn't reached out to you directly. I was under the impression that I was following protocol on that, and that I was under the impression that what I was putting down on the table was not being picked up by anybody. Again, that's fine. And that's why I brought it back to City Council, not to say you guys are dummies and you don't do anything and I know everything, but just that I had suggestions and I am elected to make suggestions, and they are elected to see if they agree with me or not. And so again, I think this process has been landing in all sorts of unintended ways, but at least if I can just sort of directly address that one, it is not about your credibility. It is not, I'm not challenging your authority. I'm not challenging your expertise, but I'm just trying to come up with best practices that put a little bit of distance between all of the involved parties. The last thing I'll say, and then I'll hand it off, is to this idea of context versus interpretation, which is an issue that Doria raised. Is there a way we can say no interpretation, but yes context? And I think the challenge with that is that we are by necessity, again, only going to get one context of one side of the equation. And that's the context of the police officers that were involved. That's, it's the police department who's editing this. And we're not going to invite the family members to come in and say, what context do you think is important? What did you tell the dispatcher that you really want to make sure is in this video? What do you really want to make sure is not redacted that because you think it's important to the story? What do you want circled or measured in this video? We're not going to say that to community members or to family members. And if we can't say that to them, I don't want, again, I'm really fighting for neutrality here. I know everyone's going to say, oh, I'm just beating up on police. I'm fighting for neutrality. And so that's why I'm really looking for, and you're right, lots of cities do this. Again, I'm not trying to make it sound like Richmond's doing this crazy thing. Tons of cities do this. There's actually, if you Google it, KQED did a whole article about there's a script. There's certain vendors and there's scripts and there's norms, that have been established, but there's a critique of that, which is that the whole point of this law was to just put some information out there and let people decide what it means for themselves. And I'm afraid that if we only do half the context, I'd rather do none at all. So that's why.
Can I add something? So I think also I want to echo what Councilmember Wilson said. It's not about challenging the chief of police in her ability to say, and we are not saying that, we actually are not saying no, the police cannot release information. It's just kind of in addition to that, we want these protocols to be part of what is we are doing. And I think one thing in neutrality is because I heard from community member who has experienced some of these issues, and we read it in Richmond side, and is that they had been contradictory contradictions in the information that had from the police department informed to the community members. And it's not about saying that somebody is right or wrong, but like it puts the members of the community to think of if they are saying me, is that true or not? Because then the reality shows that it wasn't how people were told in the first place, because there were more investigations. So I think it's also about to take that kind of like pressure and demand out of the police department to really make sure that the community members that are just suffering from the loss of the ones can also see and that is a neutral information. And yeah, like I agree, like the manager is going to act in the service of the community, but at least it's no, the message is not saying, oh, it's the police department. So I think like it's more about, and I am just brainstorming here, but like I think it's more about that we need to have to take away the police department in some of this communication. And we are not saying that every communication is when there is fake.
A point of order, I'm sorry, we're running out of time. Can I make a motion?
Yeah, no, can I
only have
finish?
2 more
Like when there is office involved shooting or death in custody. We are not saying that everything has to come, but these incidents that are important.
Okay, I believe we should suspend the rules and extend to the end of this item. No, we're not. No.
I have a motion. Can I share it?
Well, I think we should suspend the rules because your motion, okay, go ahead, make the motion, and then we'll suspend the rules because we're not gonna.
Make a motion to direct the city manager to issue a request for proposal to provide counseling and therapeutic services for families and witnesses directly affected by gun violence, including officer-involved shootings or in custody deaths, because hopefully from now on, there won't be more officer-involved shooting, but those services can go to other victim families of gun violence. Any seconds?
I
second.
Nothing else? To the exclusion of all other things?
Yes.
Okay.
I second.
Okay, a motion and a second?
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
No.
Councilmember Wilson,
No.
Councilmember Robinson,
No.
Vice Mayor Cepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
No.
The motion fails with Councilmembers Brown, Bonner, and Vice Mayor voting yes.
Now, I would like to move to suspend the rules and continue this item until it's done.
I second.
Councilmember Brown,
No.
Councilmember Bonner,
No.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda,
No.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmembers Brown, Bonner, and Vice Mayor Cepeda voting no.
I'd like to make a motion. My motion is as follows. I would like to have the city manager work with Chief French to create and/or update a formal protocol for the release of information after an officer-involved shooting. That protocol should include the first press release being released within the first 24 hours, something that we seem to be already doing, but making it formal, as well as a regular cadence of information release until all investigations are complete. The second part, the third part would be to work, to have to
Councilmember,
work with.
sorry, can I have a point of order? Isn't it supermajority to suspend the rules?
Hold on one second.
Supermajority,
right.
I don't
That's
have
Dave.
enough brain cells right
That's-
now because it's late, but
That's
it's,
Dave.
Yeah,
Is-
you are right. It is majority.
Oh,
Need
well,
five, you need
pick it up
5
again.
votes.
it's
We only have
2/3.
2/3 vote. We need 2/3 vote, and I was incorrect. So the
Okay.
extension did not
So it didn't
pass.
which means that it will be continued at the next meeting.
Next meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was proposing to basically,
Would you mind emailing it to us too?
I can type it
Yeah.
up. I think it's like everything except I want to keep it in the hands of the chief. I feel like we're unnecessarily antagonistic, unnecessarily.
We are adjourned.
That way, so I realized we're not in a bind.
It's not even we're in a bind.